Oh, we live. I said, oh, we live. In his ass. Oh, we live. And JD from New York need to stop saying it. I say, oh, we live. Stop stealing my stuff, man.
Hey, yo. I'm Dirty Pissed Off. How's some Korean convict criminals? Violent work beats, some daylight. One time,
Come on.
I was out when it first came out. I was rapping when the currency was at. They were trying to tell me how to rap. This goes out to them. Yeah, you said my style sucks. I see them what says what you got. How many tracks you drop? How many spots you rock? The tears on the cell block out. Stop front, stop hating, stop bitching. You want like your kids, so shut up and finish your bed. Empty your bed, so don't drop the soap. Cause you might get broke by a lady. I bang more, I score more than them niggas like it dog. You know, chickens run, brain left, locked up a burgers, rapists, and stranglers. And you wanna talk trash, well you can kiss my asshole. That's okay, I don't know where your lips been anyway. I know I'm wasting knowledge on the illiterate who attended a school of hard knocks. And for this, you better not, so don't try, yo. What? It won't fly. What? You can't express me. What? You can't stress me. What? Something like you will pay for my studio, my house, and my deep. While you'll be living off the street, I'll be kept in peace. Rock country, R&B, and rap. You just want the music. Then it's hip hop, a lot more. Keep on special, keep fucking, cause I'm not fake like special ed. Yo, I got everything. You said my style is what? You said I'm up because I'm not like you. I don't look like you, don't sound like you. Back there, don't wanna be around you. I say fuck you, bitches. Yo, I talk my stuff, I put it out there, sucker slicker. Hey, because these are suckers got no talent, no skill. Our lives are punks. Who steal and deal, can't keep a real job. But they hustle and rob from that fellow man. Someone's got to take the same, but take back this land. Look who's your face, to look the other way. You know who I'm referring to. If you don't get paid, at least hire a maid. You know, to clean your block, and then when you clean your block, they're scared how to get their house instead of flushing you out. The worst thing you do is nothing, really. I'm coming at you, girl, I ain't front go to the streets of earth. Ouch! The truth thing, I'm bringing it. I know you don't like it, you want the practice how we got it. Feelings left, yo. Now that's deep. Yo, wake up, yo. But y'all need to shake up. You say I'm up. You said because I'm not like you. I don't look like you. Don't sound like you. Jack don't wanna be around you. I say fuck you. If y'all made hits what I could get with, then I wouldn't have to make my own. And you something wrong. So this is for my ears, but I don't wanna share with good sound. I do for fans, you don't like it. Well, that's too damn bad. I'm here, man, cause you're riding. In the back of my cab was a damn moving on. I don't perform, it's a lost art. It's actually a part from the thugged out. Simple chance who can't think, cause they take us and yo, that shit's wet. I bring the facts to light with a solution. The radio waves are full of pollution. You got the half-dead, easy head. Look right to mumble that way. You wanna call me up? You say no more because I'm not like you. Don't look like you. Don't sound like you. Back then, don't wanna be around you. I say fuck yeah. Great freestyle. But you say I'm rough. I don't sound rough enough. What says fool you? Sorry, I can't follow your bell and ring too hollow. That life shit I can't swallow. Others stand on their own. You can't fuck with when I'm on the microphone. You can't get with me because my delivery makes you think it's the weed and Hennessy making your brain cells think. Then you already ran them. How you think you're gonna battle me? You should have said nothing. Cause yo.
Shot was you said never leave an enemy behind. But you left me.
And I know how to rhyme.
Cause then you brothers getting mangled, you get strangled. But I'm see flexing your asses like Kurt Angle. I'm a man in the bangle.
Another Friday, it's never a fun day. I know when I turn on the radio, it's gonna be the same old phony ass bros talking about shit that don't help my kids. Couple me, I'm telling your ass on the church steeple.
You got a problem.
The fuck when I solve them, we can resolve all our issues. All for no fear, like a fucking tissue. Cause y'all ain't shit. You say no, because the one thing like you, don't look like you, don't sound like you. Like this, don't wanna be around you. I say fuck you. Why you wanna raise my eye? You can't let me retire. You gotta fix the fight. You always fight the family and scamming, but it's your lines. But I'll be telling
right, you can't deal with the flow of the one-man show. Hey, Naya. I hit everybody up. Only Naya's here? Pull that chat up real quick. I'm gonna cam up in a second, y'all. Just give me a second. Let's get to our first story. Now I gotta go to the bathroom. Well, thanks a lot. Where's the animes? There we go. All right, let's get it. I know it's Friday. Everybody want to get that freak on. Everybody probably out there at the club shaking and baking.
I'm gonna show y'all outside again. What's that up? I'll show you the side tour again. I'm gonna show you out here real fast. I'll see y'all here.
Are you serious?
Let's see. I'll show y'all here, y'all see? Y'all see my calendar again? The blind.
What are you doing? I'm not asking you for this. What are you doing?
See y'all here?
Why you keep cheating? I'm not hitting that. Why you keep giving me that?
That's it.
Like, we just gonna keep playing the same game. That's crazy.
So I'm doing the house tour again. Just one more time over here. Y'all see it, y'all? Y'all see it? The house tour.
I got a minute.
See, I'll show y'all the house. I'll show y'all the trees and everything outside, the trees. I'll show y'all the other side of the tree again. And this is my video, part 150. And this is my video, part 153rd. I'm doing the tour outside again. I'll just show y'all the trees outside again. In my backyard again. So y'all like the trees outside, huh? It's cute, huh? The trees. Trees already, y'all hear the sound of the bird. Going cuck-cuck, cuck-cuck, cuck-cuck. You going like that, the bird going caca. And I'll see y'all later.
That's it. That's your video. Really? Alright, you let that one go ahead and play.
Good morning, everyone. I'm gonna do my video. Part 62, I'm in the wheelchair. See this, y'all? See y'all later, I'm in the wheelchair. So I'm moving in the wheelchair, y'all. I'm moving in the wheelchair, y'all. Okay, you fast. So now I'm back in my wheelchair, y'all. My walker wheelchair. Y'all see it? Why ain't anybody to the TV?
Yeah, say it.
Y'all see, I'm moving in my wheelchair, y'all. Y'all see it, right? I'm moving in my wheelchair. I'm moving in my wheelchair, y'all. I'm moving in my wheelchair. I'm a solid day. I'm moving in my walker. Wheelchair right here. I'm moving in my wheelchair, y'all.
Alrighty, okay. That's Kevin Joseph King. Actually, I didn't mean to open with that, but there you go. So looks like we're gonna have a quick show today. Ain't nobody show up. So hold on a second. So where did I put the links at? Oh, I put them on the lid. That's why I couldn't find them. I thought I had them at the Naya and Liz. All right, let's get to our first story here. We started off with Kevin King.
When the shooting occurred Monday afternoon at the intersection of North.
For a USA convenience store, the man taken to the hospital in serious but stable condition, and investigators are still searching for the shooters who took off on foot. Katie Johnston for WCCO4 News.
Okay, guys, so this kid right here you see on the screen right here was slain in Minneapolis. And he was a member of a Republican congressional candidate's campaign team. At 17, young man headed in the right direction. So let's see if we can figure out what happened to this young man in Minneapolis. So it says a 17-year-old boy killed and another man hurt Monday at a North Minneapolis shooting where were members of a Republican congressional candidate's campaign team. The Lacey Johnson campaign says the two victims were members of the outreach team. That means they were probably going around knocking on doors, putting door hangers on doorknobs, canvassing neighborhoods, trying to, get people to remind people to vote, reminding people of election day, telling people about the candidate, giving people information about the candidates. They were not performing campaign duties when the shooting occurred Monday afternoon at the intersection of North Fremont and Dowling Avenues. According to the Lacey Johnson campaign, the Minneapolis police, the shooting is not believed to be politically motivated attack. Now, it is interesting that, a Republican candidate, somebody helping a Republican candidate in Minneapolis gets gunned down in broad daylight, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And it's immediate, it's not politically motivated. And that could be true. But it's just, Minneapolis is such a liberal, it's the most liberal city. That's where defund the police started. Remember, 3 months ago, I know you guys it feels like 10 years ago, but 3 months ago when all this started, it was Minneapolis. The mayor crying at George Floyd's casket, sobbing. His family members, what is he going to do at his family members' funeral when somebody close to him passes away? If he sobbed like that at George Floyd's funeral, what's he going to do? He's going to have to commit Harakari.
Why the chat not working?
At one of his at a close family member's funeral.
Oh no! Don't start that, man.
What can he do?
What are you doing?
Top that. But anyway.
What are you doing?
They say it's not political, and it could not. It could be just I canvassed before. I canvassed for John Kerry in 2004. It was a good job, $15 an hour. It was some good money. You could write down your own how many hours you work. Half the time we wasn't doing shit. We just on the clock. We go up to the place, show up in the morning, clock in, get our materials, and then just go chill for the rest of the day. Maybe canvass a couple neighborhoods just to make it look good, make them think we was doing something. But yeah, I canvassed with John Kerry, 2004, and walking around the neighborhood canvassing, knocking on people's doors, leaving flyers with people, leaving information on their doorknobs, little door hangers. It's a lot of time. You're young. You're just out there. Maybe these guys got into it with some guys that from one of the neighborhoods they were canvassing in, and maybe they got,
Are we live?
It don't take a lot. All you gotta do is look at a nigga wrong. It's a nigga to come back and shoot your ass, man. So that's why I'm thinking they're saying, and the fact that it was on foot makes me think that the people ran away on foot. They probably had surveillance from the convenience store. So it's probably they just was there. They probably they probably canvassed the neighborhood, stopped at the convenience store. One kid looked at somebody, or some bumped into somebody, or something as simple as that, or it could be some.
You really gonna do me like this?
Shot the other guy. More will come out, but that's that's kind of like the biggest murder that's going on in Minneapolis, the biggest murder mystery going on in Minneapolis right now. So, on to our friend George Floyd, the Floyd Meister. Big Floyd, man, you niggas gave $20 million posthumously. Tore up towns. You niggas walking around with shirt. Niggas I see in DC walking around with George Floyd shirts on. The man who sparked the movement. This woman, Tracy Bean, she's like an undercover, she's like a inside reporter. She gets the scoops on a lot of things. She has about 250,000 followers on Twitter. I checked her out. She uncovers a lot of stuff, and it's legit as far as I can tell. It's not like a gossip. She uncovers real things. She says, well, this is interesting. From the documents in the Floyd case, the defense is asking for any and all files pertaining to Floyd's cooperation as an informant for the Minneapolis police or the FBI. Boy, oh boy. That man Floyd, so many surprises. Oh, his kids. Then you come to find out he ain't seen the 20-year-olds he ain't seen ever. They ain't even know who he was until like a week or two after the thing happened. Then the mother told him, that's your dad. The little girl who got the scholarship, he ain't seen her in about 5 years. Then the whole criminal cases, he full of surprises. And then when the body cam came out, he tried to use the $20 bill twice. He went in once, tried to use it, they caught him, then he went right back, came out, went right back in and tried to use it again. And then he asked to lay on the ground. How he got on the ground was because he asked to be put on the ground. Because he was in the throes of just an overdose. He's full of surprises. But this one right here, this takes the cake, man. This takes the cake, my nigga. State of Minnesota, County of Hennepin. a notice of motion and motion for disclosure. The state of Minnesota, the prosecuting attorney in the above entitled case. This is against one of the officers that killed George Floyd. So this is from the last court date, right? They're asking they say, please take notice that on September 11th, 2020, at 9 a.m. or as soon thereafter, as counsel may be heard before the Honorable Peter Cahill, Judge of District Court, the defendant will move for an order as follows.
I don't know, Naya. I'm watching just like you.
This is what the officer wants, his team wants to be brought up in the case. Disclosure of body-worn video and audio. So they want the body cam video and audio from the arrest of Mr. Floyd on May 6, 2019. Floyd was arrested on May 6, 2019. And the officer, Kyung, his team is asking for the video and the audio from that. Which is going to be a motherfucker when that comes out. Because George was a talkative motherfucker. What did George say when he was being arrested that day? I think we're getting some insight into this now. And it's very funny. He was scared. And then you look at his criminal record, he's been arrested 1,000 times. He's been arrested 8,000 times and shit. He was scared. That's why he was acting like that. Nigga's a career criminal, been to the pen twice for armed robbery. Nigga get arrested in his sleep. He had a heart attack, man. He was having a heart attack. He was overdosing on methamphetamines and benzos and fentanyl. That's why he was acting like that. That dude is an expert at knowing how to get arrested. That dude, if that dude know one thing, he know how to get arrested. So, the cop officer Hume is asking for also any and all files pertaining to Mr. Floyd's cooperation as an informant. Snitch. And they put snitch in quotation marks. Any and all files pertaining to Mr. Floyd's cooperation as an informant, snitch for the Minneapolis Police Department, the FBI, or any other state or federal law enforcement agency, either before or after May 16, 2019. Woo! This includes information from ongoing and closed investigations, documents or other information prepared as part of the vetting process to become an informant, cooperator, and any police report case materials where Mr. Floyd worked as a cooperator, CI, confidential informant, CRI, concerned citizen informant, or other status. So this ain't some nigga on the street saying, oh, you a snitch. This ain't, you get locked up with a bunch of dudes and they all got like warrants or whatever, or they all got on probation and you ain't got nothing, and then you get out and they get held and they say, oh, you must have snitched because you got out. But really, you got out because you ain't had no priors. And they got held because, nigga, they had warrants and shit. Niggas was on parole and shit. This ain't some stupid street shit snitching where they niggas just put a snitching bone on you. They have audio and video, and they have paperwork where they are asking for it to be put into the trial. So just, I guess, as a reference to say, like, of George Floyd's character, or maybe they're trying to use it to, you know, besmirch his character, which is what they should do. And I don't want to hear no niggas talking about, like with Breonna. You're just trying to make them look bad. Look, this is a legal case. You're trying to get people locked up for the rest of their lives. They're going to fight this case. They're going to pull up everything they have on George Floyd. Everything they can get their hands on. So all that shit y'all did with Breonna, they trying to make her look bad. Fuck, you trying to get them locked up for the rest of their life. Anybody on trial is going to do that. So let's go learn more, a little bit more about, confidential informants and get a little deeper into this. And make sure you hit that like button. Everybody got to start hitting the like button as soon as you come in. Just smash that like button. Smash it as soon as you come in. It helps beat the algorithm. The algorithm is trying to, you know, keep things like this down. So you have to hit the like button when it moves it up on the algorithm. So we can move up on the list and more people can know about us that we're going live. More people can, the more likes you get, the more higher chance you are to be put on somebody's timeline or somebody's search homepage or whatever when they're looking for things to watch. So hit that like button as soon as you come in.
Should you make a deal with the police to become an informant? The answer to that question is coming right up. Over the years, I have helped many clients decide whether or not they should work as an informant for the police. It is not a decision to be made lightly. Working for the police can possibly help you, but also being an informant can hurt. So if you are considering working for the police as an informant, at the end of today's video, I'll give you some tips and my thoughts on how to approach that very important decision.
Now, before you laugh and joke, this guy's a very reputable lawyer down in Texas.
I have no idea.
Whatever his name is, he's very Gutitis. He's a very, very reputable lawyer. Very, very reputable lawyer. Has a great reputation. This is not like some kind of skit. This isn't a parody. This is the real deal, because being an informant is a very, very integral part of the street game.
It's a guy named
AK. As far as the war crimes, cops, as far as people trying to make a living, being an informant is very lucrative. If you're a crackhead, you can make some money off of it. If you're a big time drug dealer, or you know, you can make millions off of this. So this is not a skit. This is a legit video, because this is part of the street life. That's why you kids stay out of the streets. Stay away from this shit. Don't even get involved a little bit. All that, man, I'm smart. You know, I don't get caught because I'm smart. You could be the smartest person in the world. You have an IQ of 200. And if your partner's a confidential informant, you're going to jail. Or if somebody you serve is a confidential informant, you're going to jail. Or if somebody in the neighborhood is a confidential informant, you're going to jail.
But before we get to that, what is an informant? What do you do when you work for the police? And what can you expect to get for yourself in return? Working as an informant basically means that you're providing information to the police in exchange for some benefit to you. If your identity is kept secret...
All right, I'm bored of that. Speed of that.
How they find out? How they know that? They ain't supposed to be out there. Man, I'm smart. I did everything smart. I did everything right.
Another way the police can utilize you is working as an undercover agent, making controlled buys of illegal drugs and narcotics.
All right, I'm bored.
These controlled buys.
I'm bored. All right, y'all. One of the police officers that's involved in the death of George Floyd. Are we freezing? Hold on a second. We were doing 5. We were doing 5. Why are we? What's going on here? Go to speed test. This is crazy. Well, I tell you, y'all know the Wi-Fi is on the way. We waiting for it to come. Supposed to be here by Tuesday. And we were doing 43 down. Now we only doing 27, but we only need 4 or 5. I can live with that. But what's the upload? Now we were doing 5. Now we only doing. That's why. Okay. That's why we having problems. See, I always got it. I ain't gonna say nothing. All right, so let's switch bands. Well, I tell you, Tuesday can't get here fast enough. I hope they bring it sooner. And that's it. So we doing 18 up. That's crazy. So refresh. Run that speed test again. So why haven't you reconnected, sir? You did. We're alive. Come on with the upload. Now the upload and dropped again. See, it's crazy. So now you normally only do 1 up. And you do 10 upload. Now you doing 12 and man, come on with the bull crap. How dumb do I look? Do it again. Now we doing 14 up. 14 download. And we only doing 0.5. Come on with the bull crap. Look at this. So what's the OBS saying? We see what that's saying. All right, the OBS say we doing okay. All right, the OBS say we doing okay. All righty, let's see. Are we red? We are green. Okay. All righty, y'all. Sorry about that, y'all. I changed from band 2 to 13. Now, I tested it before I started. Now, we have Earthlink, and we're waiting for it to come. Unfortunately, you know who bringing it. FedEx is bringing it, so ain't no need. And ain't no need in even getting riled up. FedEx is bringing it. Hopefully, it won't be in the alley. But they received the package. And it's coming from the Midwest. They say it's supposed to be here by Tuesday. It's supposed to be here by Tuesday. I took the money that Jung Lee had donated some money for us to go to the bike shop, but the bike shop couldn't fit the piece on there. So the mechanic just said when I was out, he said to come by tomorrow. But I got it taped up pretty good, so we'll see. But And I had some money that I set to the side. I had put it in, you know, the Chime bank account. But the Chime, I had 13 something in the Chime bank account. And I had from me doing the transfers to there from the Cash App, the Chime put, you know, a percentage of it in the savings account. So I had sent $10 off to the new bank account, the one that was accepted by YouTube AdSense, the Discover. The new Discover bank account I got. I transferred the $10 over there, and it still ain't showing up yet. So I guess that's a real bank, because there ain't no instant transfer. So but it was still $3 left on the Chime, and I had $1 and something in the savings. So I transferred the savings over, and we just went to the store with that. So like I said, luckily I had enough to get the Chime, so we just gonna have to wait till it get here. And I don't know why AdSense is not paying us yet. I don't understand what's taking them so long to get my money. Kick off the doski. Don't be a yoski. Kick off the doski. Log back in. What are you doing? I don't understand. When I try and go this way, it don't work. But okay, I ain't mad at you. Open up another window. Give me a new window that nobody can see. Then when we go this way, because I don't understand, I can't get into it through the app. I know I typed, why it's not showing up? Okay. Log in. Come on. So it ain't showing no information. All right, it ain't showing anything, so they can take a screenshot. Okay, and we can close that. Now y'all see your link. I'll play it in a second. Let's go to the OBS. And before I do, hold on. Uh-oh, now we having problems with the OBS again. Before I tell you. Man, this phone company is just gonna do this to us. This is what we have. We have Earthlink. We got this plan right here, the most popular. But it's a 5 megabit instead of 7. That's what I found out today. All we need is 4.3 to do 2K. So if it can do 5, we should be all right. Now, let's go. Let me show y'all the new bank account. Go to screenshots. Scroll all the way down. And then we'll get the nice link. All right, y'all. This is the Discover. And y'all see it says 0. Now we transferred $10 from the Chime to this account. 2 days ago, it still ain't processed yet. It's still saying 0. But also, we waiting on our AdSense payment. I filled out the W-9 tax form, gave my social security number, and they accepted this Discover account to be paid out to. So it's after the 15th. It's between the 15th and the 21st. So where's our money? I'm just asking, where's our money? I go there, I did everything they asked me to do. Where's our money? Don't understand it, but y'all see it there. It says 0. It should not say 0. All right. Now, let me go snatch Naya's link. Where is it? All right, copy link address, and let's go. Oh, Lord, this acting up again. Hit the start button. All right. Paste and go. What Ruth Bader Ginsburg death means for America. The Supreme Court vacancy will surely inflame an already angry nation. That's a bad damn. Not for that much money. God darn, $24.99. A furious battle over a Supreme Court vacancy is arguably the last thing the United States needed right now. The death of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg today represents a devastating loss for feminists who held up the 87-year-old as an icon of women's rights and as a bulwark protecting abortion rights and a wide range of other progressive ideals on the conservative Supreme Court. The Brooklyn-born jurist became one of the nation's foremost advocates against gender discrimination as a lawyer for the ACLU decades before President Bill Clinton appointed her to be the second woman to sit on the high court. For her passing, less than 2 months before the presidential election, also tosses one more lit match into the tinderbox of national politics in 2020. It will surely inflame a deeply polarized country already driven by a deadly pandemic, a steep economic downturn, and civil unrest in its major cities. In Washington, the vacancy fight could ratchet up tensions to a level unseen even in a tumultuous Trump era. President Donald Trump will be eager to fill Ginsburg's seat immediately, seizing an opportunity to rally his base before the election and to cement his legacy in the event that he is defeated in November. He could also become the first president since Richard Nixon to install 3 justices on the high court in a single 4-year term. Senate Majority Leader Bitch McConnell, Snitch McConnell, Twitch McConnell has already indicated that he's ready for another confirmation battle either before or immediately after the election. Republicans might be hard-pressed to consider and improve a Trump nominee in the 8 weeks before November, but even a victory by Vice President Joe Biden and a Democratic takeover of the Senate might not prevent Trump from successfully appointing another justice. Republicans will still control both the White House and the Senate until a new Congress takes office in early January. That's a bad mama jama right there. Ginsburg made her own desire clear in the days before her death. NPR's Nina Totenberg reported today. She dictated a statement to her granddaughter that read, "My most fervent wish is that I will not be replaced until a new president is installed. Whether that final wish will be granted is unclear McConnell has insisted that the precedent that he created to deny former President Barack Obama's nomination of Judge Merrick Garland in the final year of Obama terms in a vacancy that occurred nearly 9 months before the 2016 election no longer applies because the same party controls both the White House and the Senate majority. Oh, we feel it, the Kentucky Republican promised in May 2019, more than a year before Ginsburg announced the cancer recurrence that took her life. He retired that position in the hours after Ginsburg's death was announced, saying American voters had given Republicans a mandate to fill judicial vacancies by expanding the party's Senate majority in 2018. We will keep our promise, McConnell said in a statement. President Trump's nominee will receive a vote on the floor of the United States Senate. Never mind that of the rationale McConnell gave in 2016 that voters had a chance to weigh in on their next Supreme Court justice was seen to apply even more strongly during an election in which the first ballots have already been cast. All right, y'all. So basically, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, female Supreme Court justice, has died. They're going to have to refill that position. It's got to be refilled. Are they going to refill it with a woman? It's less than 2 months before the election. You know, we got the rest of September, and then we got October, and the election is what? The first week of November? So if Trump want to hurry up and throw somebody in there, he better get moving. He better hurry up and get moving. You know, people come, people go. But the women are going to be watching this because they want another female to sit in that position. So that's going to be the difference. Can Trump get it done before the election? And will he get opposition if he tries to put a man there instead of a woman? So that's things to consider, things to look out for. Thank you for that, Naya. You had mentioned it earlier. And thank you for bringing the link. Because I didn't see nothing on the desk when you said it, when I went and looked for things. All right, y'all. I want to talk to y'all real quick. Because remember, we don't do that. We actually talk about things that affect your life. Here's the situation. You got Nancy Pelosi. And I call her Pelosi because don't nobody want her old dried up ussy. So Nancy Pelosi still won't make a deal with the Republicans. I think that the Democrats need to ignore Miss Pelosi and go ahead and vote on a stimulus package deal without her. You had 25 Republicans and 25 Democrat senators. They sat down and they drew up a bill. And the bill has in it what everybody was asking for. But instead of it being $3.4 trillion, instead of it being $2.2 trillion, it's $1.5 trillion. You said, is it possible? I don't think they need Pelosi at all. All the senators need is 5 or 6 Democrat senators to vote. I think that's all you need. Now, President Trump has found $500 billion that's not being used. He could do an executive order, and he could push the stimulus package through on an executive order. for the unemployment and also for the checks. He can do that without the Congress, without Senate. He can do that on his own. Why ain't he doing it? He trying to wait till the last minute before the election, because it's only a week. It's only this week and next week. They off on vacation again. So if something gonna be done, it's gotta be done in the next week and a half. If not, it won't be done until they come back right before the election. If you make the American people suffer until right before the election, they're gonna get all the Republicans out of there. But that ain't gonna work. So it's gonna happen within the next week and a half. And actually, this week is gone. So they got a week. Now, Donald Trump wants 500. He wants 400 or 500 for the unemployment every week. And he wants 2,000 for the stimulus checks. The Republicans have said we ain't going past 1.5 billion. So the problem is, can Donald Trump get this through his Republican buddies? The Republican buddies don't want to give you nothing. But a lot of them are up for re-election. The ones that's not up for re-election, they don't want to give you nothing. Okay? They care less about you. They ain't up for re-election. They ain't worried. But the ones that are up for re-election in November, the Democrats that are up for re-election in November, in both the House and the Senate, they want to get something done. Nancy Pelosi is still trying to get money for the states. Trump says most of them states are Democrat run. And they've been mismanaging the money. And that's why the Republicans don't want to give it. My thing is, if you think they've been mismanaging the money, you've been in office for 4 years, why haven't you done anything about it? If you believe they've been mismanaging the money, why haven't you done anything about it? If you ain't done nothing about it, why is that an issue? The same way Trump didn't want to give the aid to Puerto Rico, who's supposed to be part of the United States. He didn't want to give aid to Puerto Rico. Congress gave the aid to Puerto Rico and overrid them. Now he's complaining that the people didn't do right with the money in Puerto Rico. Did you go down there and make sure you gave them the money? You ain't want to give it to them. You would think you would send people down there to make sure everybody got the money they supposed to need. You keep saying you don't want to help the states out because they mismanage the money, but have you gone down there to see what they're doing? Because I can tell you right now, you ain't got to, all you got to do is go to an inner city in your state and go look at the schools. Go to a well-to-do school in your state and look at what they have in there, and then go to the inner city. And you tell me if both schools look equal to you. Look at the work on the board in the good area. Look at the work on the board in the inner city. Tell me, are they on the same level? Are they learning the same thing? If you can walk into, because you can walk into the school, they are public places, and you can be shown around, you can go look yourself. You don't have to have no pass or nothing. Just tell them you want to look at the curriculum. They can't stop you. Public property. Go look at the good schools in the suburbs. Go look at the schools in the city in your state. Tell me if they're equal. So you and I can go walk in there and take a look. Well, why can't the president send some officials down there to say, hey, why is this not equal with that? See, I got to do that job for him. So you can't complain about them not having this, not having that, not doing this with the money, if you don't go follow up. Because we already know the politicians are stealing the money. We know it. Some of the same politicians that's sitting there and don't want to give you unemployment help, the same people that don't want to give you stimulus help, they want to help themselves and their buddies. That's what it is. And Trump don't have the courage to go, he's supposed to be so tough, he don't have the courage to go down there and say, hey, this money supposed to be for the schools. Why the schools ain't getting it? Where's the money? Go get it out your bank account. Go get it out your offshore account. Bring that money back here. The government gave y'all $50 million. Where is it? I don't see it. Where is that money? Produce it. It ain't hard to do. But see, the people that's taking that money gonna have to give it back. I already said the last 3 mayors out of Baltimore City, you can go look, have been accused of stealing or swindling money. The first one got caught when Best Buy had gave gift certificates to the poor. She took the money, she took them gift certificates, gave it to her friends. When Best Buy came by and said, what did you do with it? She got knocked down. The last one. Y'all know the one because we did the story on it, pretending she in the house sick. She actually wrote children's books. She was on a board that orders the books for the schools. And she got them to buy her book. And then didn't even deliver all the books, but took the money. How you on a board that decide what books get introduced into the curriculum? And then they just happen to pick your book. You take the money and then you don't even deliver the books. So you in the house hiding, pretending you sick. Yeah, whatever. They taking that money. They're not doing right with it. So why can't President Trump get a team to go to Chicago, to go to New York, to go to Philadelphia, to go to Baltimore, to go to Charlotte, to go to Dallas and Houston, to go to Orlando, to go to LA, San Francisco. Why can't that? Why hasn't he done that? Been in office 4 years. Claim he gonna clean everything up, but he ain't done it. And now they're using that as an excuse. He ain't got no problem sending the National Guard to stop the rioters, but he won't send nobody in there to find out why our kids ain't getting what they supposed to get. Somebody talk to me, I'll listen. Somebody give me a reason. I'll listen. Anybody got any comments? Please, I will listen. See, we talking about something that affect you. Worrying about who Tommy sleeping with you ain't gonna affect you. Worrying about who Diva and that woman in Atlanta ain't gonna help you. Worrying about what ZX, BX, and TX is doing ain't gonna help you. But this is something that affects your kids. This is the reason why they can't get good teachers in the school. They're not getting the money to be able to attract them. This is why the cities can't get good police officers. They can't pay them the other salaries that the people in the boonies can. But the government giving them money to compete with the boonies, but the money not going to where it's supposed to go. And instead of them going in there and finding out where the money going, they just make dumb comments. Well, you know, they bumbling the money. We send the money in, we don't see no results. Duh. They go find out what the money doing. Why do I gotta do that? Ain't nobody gonna pay me. Why I gotta do that job for them? This is why I say Republicans suck, and you can talk to me till you want to. They don't. Go look. They assume I'm all right, you all right. I come outside, I don't see nothing. It's all good. But they see people rioting, now they want to do something. They have to physically see you get beat up, then they want to do something. But they can hear about it, see it on the news, and it's got to make mainstream before they go, well, let's go take a look. That's the problem with your Republicans. They could have been passed these bills. They don't give a darn. They don't. And they show it every day. And for those of you that defend them, you keep letting them make a fool out of you. That's what they're doing. They're making a fool out of you. All right, this is Fox News Live. People outside to honor Ruth Bader Ginsburg. They just standing outside. I'll mute that because they just standing outside, and we'll keep talking. Does anybody have any comments? Anybody have any comments? Because I'm telling you, if it takes to November for them to pass this stimulus, I ain't voting for nobody that's an incumbent. Everybody, I'm voting to get out of there, and y'all should do the same. Get them out. They ain't doing their job. Why should they be there? If they're not doing their job, why should you allow them to be in office? Why should you pay them to handle your money? First off, why are we in debt? Why are we in debt? Why are we in trillions of dollars worth of debt? That's their excuse for not giving us. How come Canada is going to give their people $12,000 for stimulus this year? You don't hear no crying out of Canada. You don't hear Canada crying about having the spikes in stimulus. Spikes in the CV. You don't hear nothing from Canada. We supposed to be the richest country in the world. Why are we in debt? What has Trump done to get us out of debt in the 4 years he's been in office? What has he done to get us out of debt? Nothing. And if you think about it, think of all the bad things that happened since Trump been in office. Look at all the bad things that happened since Trump been in office. What are the good things? Can somebody name me 5 good things that ain't been offset? It seems like everything he touch in this country go to hell. But he want to brag about what he doing in the Middle East. I don't live in the Middle East. Who cares? What have you done for this country? You got people out there fighting in the street. Cops are killing people like it's the cool thing to do. And you keep saying that you stand with the cops. Seriously. You still ain't sitting nobody down there to see what the cops are doing. You still ain't gone over the records of all the police complaints and investigated them. You ain't done nothing. All you do is stand there and talk. Well, I support. How you support something you don't know nothing about? You bragging. I got this team that's going around serving search warrants. We've arrested 60 people. Every city has a state search warrant team. Why don't you find out why they not doing their job? Instead of going in and find out why they not doing their job, you want to send some outsiders in. Outsiders can't do better than people that's there every day, but you don't want to deal with them. You want to bring in your own. This is what I'm talking about. Republicans are backwards. And I can give you point after point after point after point. And ain't nobody came in the chat and said nothing to dispute what I said. Because you can't. You can't dispute nothing that I said. At least some of them got, at least they got masks on. We'll check back in with them because they ain't doing nothing. They just standing there. Let's keep it going. Hold on a sec. I'll make sure I get all these links. I don't want to miss nothing. That. Oh, Lord. I lost my place, y'all. I'm sorry. God damn. All right, this came from Liz. Take a look at this link. An Idaho pastor skeptical of mask lands in the ER for COVID-19. Karma is a B. Karma is a B.
Idaho pastor who openly flouted a local.
We really wanted Second Star to the Right to be the place where every kid.
Wait a minute. How did it start out and go to a commercial? What? How did it start out and go to a commercial? Somebody talk to me. The program started out and then went to commercial. Somebody explain. Can somebody explain? How did it go to a commercial?
Who openly flouted a local congregants were exempt from the mandate inside his church is now recovering from COVID-19 at an intensive care unit, according to church officials. His wife also contracted coronavirus and is recovering at home. Prior to getting sick during the pandemic, Pastor Paul Van Noy wrote numerous Facebook posts containing false claims that said masks were not effective. In late August, his wife posted a photo of herself in a Trump mask saying, "I only wear it when I have to." On September 4th, she wrote, "I haven't taken this COVID seriously enough. I'm humbled." A church official tells CNN 5 other church staff were infected with coronavirus, but are now recovering.
So, let me understand. I keep telling you, just because people got the title of pastor, that don't mean they holy. Just because you went to school doesn't mean you were meant to be a pastor. There's a lot of college basketball players that will never see the NBA. There's a lot of college football players that'll never see the NFL. There are a lot of college baseball players that will never make Major League Baseball. There are a lot of pastors, priests, reverends that might go to school and learn how to get that degree. That don't mean they was meant to be. You have to be called, and you have to answer the call. You have to be called, and you have to answer the call. Everybody that's doing it ain't. You have to listen to what they say and watch what they do. This man is going around telling his congregation, you ain't got to wear no mask. Now he in the ER. I know what he praying for. Whatever he was praying for before, he praying that he ain't got to get on that ventilator. Because if he get on that ventilator, 84% chance he ain't coming off it. So you keep letting people that claim that they work for Jesus and God, when you see their behavior shows you that they work for the devil and you keep following them, you're going to follow them right into that furnace. His congregation going to follow him right onto that ventilator. And once you get on the ventilator, 84% chance you ain't getting off it. Now, hallelujah that, and hell glory that. And turn to your neighbor and say, neighbor, keep me off that ventilator. You got to watch who you follow. I keep telling y'all, some people that can quote every scripture don't understand what they're quoting to you. A lot of people say they got the Bible memorized. Memorizing something and understanding it, two different things. How many of y'all had algebra in high school? I had algebra in high school, and guess what? I don't remember anything. 1A plus 3A is 4A. 1x minus 2x is 1x. 5x is equal to 10x if you add 5x. That's all I remember about algebra. But I took it. But when you get into those more complicated things, I look at, what the hell are we looking at? That's how you got to look at your reverends and preachers. When you go up and you ask them questions, if they can't answer them, you need to find a new church. If you want to stump If you want to stump next time y'all in church, Sunday coming up, at the end of the service, go up to one of the reverends or the pastor, be all nice, and ask them, you know, I'm having a problem with this. Just ask them. I'm having a problem with this. If you got Adam, Eve, Cain and Abel, Cain killed Abel. God sent him off out the garden. How he found a wife? It's just Adam, Eve, Cain, and Abel. That's all the Bible mentioned. How did he find a wife? If they don't give you an answer, you need to leave that church. If they put you off, if they got to go look it up, you need to leave the church. You want another question where you can go stump your reverend? Ask them, how come when Jesus is on the cross, how come every gospel got him saying something different? Can you explain that? If they don't give you an answer, you need to leave that church. If they can't give you an answer, you need to leave that church. You want another one you can ask? If the devil's so powerful, why does he care so much what we do? Wait for their response. See if their eyes roll back in the back of their head. These are simple questions. They're not hard. If you have a picture of a white Jesus in your church, ask your clergy person, we know that the Egyptians are dark-skinned. How can you explain a blonde, blue-eyed Jesus in the picture? They should be able to give you an answer. If they don't go back to that church. They shouldn't have to take no, let me get back to you on that. It should be an immediate answer. The answer should be immediate. If you want to stump your pastor, ask them, if God is so holy and God is perfect and God do nothing wrong, explain how he killed everybody on the planet in the flood of Noah's Ark, but Noah and his family. How could somebody that's holy and never do anything wrong, how could he commit murder? Ask them that. If they can't give you a quick answer, get out of there, don't come back. These are things that you can do on Sunday. See, I don't just talk mess. They call you a troll because you come in here and say crazy stuff. That's why they call you a troll. When you ask questions like that, ain't nobody said nothing to you. But when you ask crazy questions, that's when they say something to you, mud duck. You haven't said anything crazy in what you just said, but normally You come in here with off the wall stuff. That's normally what a troll does. Ask off the wall stuff. Each one of the things that I asked you to ask, they were very important questions. I can tell you something I say all the time, Mud Duck Farmer. You can ask your pastor Sunday at church. You can ask if Adam and Eve wasn't supposed to eat the fruit off of the tree of life and knowledge and off of the tree of life, and they right there side by side, please explain to me, why does she only eat the fruit off one tree and didn't eat the fruit off the other tree? Ask your pastor that Sunday at church. Why didn't she eat both of them and see what he say? Just ask him, see what he say. If he gotta go da, you need to turn around and walk out the daggone church. If he can't give you a logical reason. If you a junkie and your grandma has a silver platter and a gold platter in the china cabinet, and she say nobody can touch it, it's been in the family for 9 generations, and this junkie need to get some drugs, why would he take the silver one and not take the gold one? You already gonna get in trouble, why not take both of them? Would you get in any more trouble if you took one and left the other? You said, was knowledge a gold, a hen, then, or a bee? Oh. Was knowledge a good or bad thing? Knowledge is both. Too much knowledge too early in life is a bad thing. If you have a child and they are exposed to violence, sexual molestation, they have a knowledge that most people don't have. But if they don't get the therapy, it's going to mess them up and have them be drug addicts, alcoholics, because that knowledge, they wasn't ready for it. I believe that the devil was supposed to gently introduce them to that knowledge at the right time. The devil sped it up. And that's why they wound up in the situation they were in. They wasn't ready for it. They sitting there not knowing nothing. Now all of a sudden, hey, I'm naked. Let me cover up. Hey, we laying here next to these hornets. Look at them stingers. Before that, they didn't know what did nothing. They didn't bother them. Them red ants. If they get on us, they're gonna burn us. But before, you didn't know, and they didn't bother you. But now you lost the protection, because before they didn't bother you. God made sure you ran the animals. Now the lion will eat your babies. Before, you could have had your baby in front of the lion would protect it. The cougar would protect it. The water buffalo would have protected your child. Now that you got the knowledge, you know, get away from that water buffalo. If it get mad, it's going to tear you to pieces. Before, you were the lord of the animals. Now, only your weapons make you the lord of the animals. He says, without a tree, then no knowledge. But the farmer says, yes, I agree on that. Too much knowledge too soon is bad. And he said, okay, I never thought of it like that. Says that was his original job, to teach knowledge in a controlled way. Actually, that's what the devil was supposed to do. He was supposed to come down here and train us. But he thought we were nothing. He saw how we were made. Yeah, man, them people made out of dirt. Why's God fawning over them? Expect me to go down there, and these people don't know nothing. I can fly around and do things. These people don't know nothing. They just in there, dee-dee-dee, hey, dee-dee-die. They sitting there just, you know. And I'm not saying they stupid. They just didn't know anything. They sitting in the garden protected. The same way a baby sitting in the bassinet. You put a baby in the bassinet. If it ain't hungry or wet or got poop on them, they ain't gonna say this. Give them a little rattle. Hey, you know, they ain't got a care in the world. The animals did whatever they said. Remember, Adam named all the animals. He wasn't scared of them. They never thought to hurt them. But when they got their knowledge, they lost their protection. It separated them from God. So now, before, the animals wouldn't bother you. They could have went and jumped in the river, and the sharks would be like, hey, Adam, how you doing? Now, wait a minute, I see some food. When they became separate from God, the protection became lost. And see, the devil knew that. If he didn't kill him, because he said he was going to kill him. If they ate from the tree, you're supposed to die. He didn't say when you would die or how you would die, but he said you would die. The devil, I think, assumed that he would kill him. Or if not, one of the animals would kill him. That's why today, if you put a woman in the jungle and a pride of lions come, if she ain't got a gun, she ain't got a sword, she ain't got something, they're gonna eat her up. But before, they would have came up, do you need something? Are you lost? Now, they see you as a meal. And if you ain't got something to scare them away, they gonna eat you up. Ain't nothing you can do about it. What separates man from animal is the brain. Most animal brains ain't worth 2 pieces of dookie. We got a brain. We can set up netting. We can set up traps. We can make weapons, bows and arrows. Weapons. Our intellect can devise traps for animals. You know, every time I open the door up, it be so many because the trash is right here behind the building. So anytime I open the door up to bring the bike in or bring the scooter in, flies come in. You know how many flies I killed because I left the door open while I was talking to somebody yesterday, and the door opened and I didn't lock it and it opened? I killed 9 flies. I've never had 9 flies in this house. I killed 9 flies today. I spent the whole day killing flies. Flies know when you about to hit them. They know to go away. I had to figure out, how do I get them to not be able to go away? Use a spray bottle. You spray their wings. Sooner or later, they got to sit still. Now, I have 4 electronic devices that irritate their nervous system, so they're already flying haphazardly, right? When I get the wings wet enough and I chase them, they got to rest because the wings is wet. And when they stand still, I hit them with the easy off. Now, I ran out the easy off today, so I just started whacking them with a cereal box. An old cereal box. And I mean, it was 4 of them in the window, and I mean, I beat them unmercifully. They kept trying to hide, and I beat them. I broke the box up so it could fit down in the grooves. I beat them unmercifully, and I used the curtain to hold them in so they couldn't get out, and I just beat them unmercifully. And I thought I had got them all, but some of them had gotten to the crevice, the upper crevice that I couldn't see. And I'm sitting there, and I look, is that a fly? And then I get up nonchalantly, I get the spray bottle, and I spray the wings, and I chase them. While they trying to fly away, I chase them and keep spraying. I get them wings wet. Soon as they step down, I nail them. I had 3 today that tried to hide up in the corners. I took one of my shirts and wet it. And they would sit all the way up at the ceiling in the corner and think they were safe. Shawacka! I crack them and they will fall, and then I would play Joe DiMaggio and swing that shirt with all my might like I was hitting a baseball. Boy, I hit about 3 of them across the room. And then you walk over there and you step on them before they can recover. I took them suckers out. I took them out. And I'm still waiting to see if it's any more, because I had to open the door up to bring the bike out to bring it in. You know what? It's one right there on the wall. You did, son. No, we can't help you. You did. Give me my cereal box. This sucker did. He think he safe over there. No, you ain't. I'm about to nail you. You better move. There you go. I fell down behind the bed. Sucker. You got lucky. I hit him with the soft part of the box. You got lucky. He'll be back. And when he do, I'll be waiting for him. He thought he was safe. See that, y'all? The soft part of the box hit him. I cracked him. Sucker. I don't know where they coming from, but goddamn, we taking them out. He was sitting there on the wall. I had to get up on the bed to get him. Yeah. You ain't gonna come in here and lay around my place. You ain't paying no rent. You gotta get out. Like I said, and these some fat flies. That's how I know they've been eating out the trash can, and they ain't got fat. The problem is, they slow. You put some water on them wings. And like I said, he fell behind the bed. And I got boric acid down there. So I hope you're having fun with the boric acid down there. He'll recover. Like I said, I don't think I killed him. But I got enough of him. Because I had hit him, right, with the soft part of the box, and it bounced him. And when he bounced up, I hit him again. It was like, so he got hit twice. So he's a little dizzy right now. But when he make his way back up, I'm going to take him out. Because now he hurt. And like I said, if he want to stay down there with the boric acid, hey, boric acid can take him out too. That's why I said I hate to open the door up, but gotta open the door. And like I said, I just don't know if somebody drops them. I just don't. Every time I open the door, they just keep coming, and I just keep whacking them, and they keep coming. Chung Lee says fly spray. But like I said, that easy off was working good, Chung Lee, but I ran out of it. That easy off was real good. It just stopped them like ah. And I could whack them. Well, like I said, I didn't hit them just right. The box getting a little raggedy. I might need to get another box. That box getting a little raggedy. So when I went to hit him, it kind of bent and didn't get that good, that good whoosh. It was more like a boot. But he bounced. And when he bounced off the wall, I was right back. Just like you playing badminton. You hit again. Or if you playing volleyball and you go one and then bam, hit it over the net. So we'll have to see. He lucky I ain't pepper spray. We got 2 bottles sitting right here. Look at that. Naya said, sounds like a big battle. No, I challenged the devil. I said, send another one. See how fast I take him out. And he kept sending them, and I kept beating him up. Kept sending them. I kept beating him up. Somehow it's always another one. Now, I had cleared them all out. But like I said, y'all know I went out earlier. And I seen it's a little one. It's a little one, little baby one. They hard to kill, but they so small. It's just hard to kill. They so small. But he got the sense to stay away from me. He'll fly over here every once in a while, but then he don't come back. But I'll get him. That's why I'm wondering, is there like did one of them come in here and set up a nest or something? And is there a nest? Is that where they coming from? If it is, I gotta find it and I'm gonna kill it. I just don't understand how come every time I turn around, it's one. And I kill him, and then it's one. And I kill him, and then it's one. Y'all understand? It's like every time I turn around, I kill him, and then it's one. Now, I closed the bathroom window. I think it's a hole in the screen. So the window been closed for days. So the only time when I open the door. And like I said, I've been going out more because we got the bike and you just carry the bike down the steps. You ain't got to have all them parts and put it together. Just carry the bike down the steps. And so I've been going out more and that's giving them more chance to get in here. I mean, out of the past 9 days, we've been out 7 of them. So I keep opening the door. She said, really want to end them. Well, somebody donate so that we can go to the market and get some wasp spray. How much is a bottle of wasp spray, Chung Lee? Naya says, we saw a spike in bug activity this summer. Well, I don't have no problem with no other kind of bugs. It's just the flying things that come when you open the door up. And like I say, because of the trash cans all right there, when you open the trash cans up, it'd be like 100 of them in there. So that's why I say it attracts, the flies. That Chung Lee says, I got a nail and another tire, BD. I have 2 tires to fix 2 tires tomorrow. Don't say that. Please don't jinx us. Please don't jinx. We haven't had a flat since we got it fixed. Don't jinx us. But hope it work out for you though, Chung Lee. Naya says they build little huts on the house. Good power wash took them down. Naya said, oh no, Chung Lee. Yeah, oh no. Now, like I said, I just don't like them because they're nasty. They'll eat anything. I don't want them around me. They nasty. They eat anything. They the reasons for the bubonic plague. It was the flies that was on the rats. And the flies came in the house and ate people's food. And then people ate that food. You know, nowadays we know. Oh no, she said over $200 to fix. Oh no, Chung Lee. Now we know that if you see a fly eat your food, you throw it away. Back then, shoot. Oh, they had something to eat. They ain't care who licked on it. And you know, they like I said, people get mad, but you know, get mad. Europeans were nasty. Yeah, they can get mad all they want. Europeans were nasty. They take a poop in the bowl and throw it out the back door. They would eat their food and throw it out the back door. And the rats will come eat it. And the flies will get the diseases from the rats, and then they will bring it to the human beings. Get mad at me all you want, that's the truth. That's why I don't like a fly. You can talk to me till you blue in the face. I see a fly, I want to kill it. There ain't no reason. There ain't no reason. Echelon says, a fly touch my food, he's extra flavor. You know a fly touch everything. A fly touches everything. Yeah, they even eat poop. And you want to let them get on your food? Flies are nasty. Did you know how the Moors, the black men ended the Black Plague? No, Echelon, would you enlighten us? You have a link? I'm assuming that they got some sewage working and stop throwing everything out the back door. I mean, think about it. In the old days, they would have a part. They would have an outhouse or a part where you would go outside and you would take a dump. And they ain't even wipe the butt. They would just come back, put the clothes on and come back. And then somebody else go out there and take a dump and come back. I don't even like a porta potty. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't even like a porta potty. I'm being honest. I don't even like going in the porta potty. I don't like going in the public restroom. I don't like it. I try to hold it. You know, I'm a diabetic. I'd rather ride out into the woods and take me a whiz. John Lee said a lot of S talk is going on right now. He said they cleaned up the Europeans by making them wash and stop living with the lifestyle. Well, you know, the Europeans didn't believe in taking a bath. They didn't believe in it. They thought that the dirt protected them from the evil spirits. That's why they had the wigs. And they would spray perfume in the wig because they stink. That's why they always had the perfume bottle, because they stink. They were nasty. And when they got off the daggone, oh, I ain't even mentioned the mosquitoes. The mosquitoes transmitted it too. And shoot, when they got off the boat and met the Indians said, take this bar of soap, man. You need to go wash. You stink. Then he said you supposed to be one with nature, but you ain't supposed to carry all that smell on your body of nature. You got to wash. And they ignored them for the longest time because you saw, you know, when you watch the old movies and they show them with the wigs on and the perfume bottles, that's because they stink. How could you, as a man, touch a woman knowing she got layers of dirt on her and vice versa for a woman? I'm just being honest. I'm not picking on nobody. That's the way they lived. You know? I want y'all to imagine, have y'all ever been around Korean people or Chinese people? I'm not saying that they're not clean. Don't get me wrong. Don't nobody come in and start nothing. I'm saying they only eat vegetables, right? They got a strange smell to them. People that only eat meat have a scent to them. I remember when Richard Pryor, he made a comedy show in the mid-70s. I don't know if it was Richard Pryor live on stage, but he talked about he went to Africa. He said he was on a tour bus with some Americans, and they stopped and they picked up a real African. And they said he got on the bus and he said he had the odor. No, he had the odor. He said people were riding, they had their heads out the window. Oh, God. After about a mile, the man said, stop the bus. You got to stop the bus. Let me off of here, man. You people stink. You're killing me. And the African man got off the bus. All that damn perfume, that stuff stink. He got everybody hanging out the window. He had the nerve to tell them they stuck. Let them marinate. That's what I'm saying. The people from Pakistan, India have an odor that comes directly from them dying. But you go over there, you can smell the camels. Hey, Tony, you been over there. They ride them stinking camels. Them people stink. They smell like a daggone stinking. I remember the first time I saw a real camel. Man, I saw a camel at the zoo. First thing I said was, P.U. And y'all can say what y'all want to say. Y'all go to the zoo and y'all be like, oh God, what is that smell? So like I say, you know, if you go to a Korean place and you say, Liz said, oh, zoo had those steak. Like I said, if you go to a Korean place and you stand next to a Korean, they have it's not a bad smell, it's just a smell. And it's because of what they eat. They only eat, like, you know, vegetables and stuff like that. And, you know, they stir fry them. And what you eat, it comes through your skin. It comes through your pores. And if you eat meat, you have an odor. And if you drink alcohol, I was talking to a lady yesterday, man, she smelled like liquor. I had never smoking a cigarette. I was like, man, how the heck did this man lay with her? Like, P.U. She got cigarettes and alcohol. I said, God darn. Whew. I don't know if it's true, but they say that people that have straight hair, when their hair get wet, they smell like dog hair. Is that true? I don't know if it's true. I just have heard it. I've heard people say that. I don't know if it's being funny but they said people when their hair, they got straight hair, when their hair get wet, it smell like dog. Has anybody ever heard that? That's what I'm saying. My doctor is trying to push me to go vegan. Well, to be honest with you, Echelon, if you really look at at biblicals, if you look at biblical history, you ate meat as a special occasion. They would have bread and like curry, and they would have vegetables. That was dinner. On special occasions is when you kill the fat calf. That's when you killed the big animal. Chung-Li says she going to bed. All right, good night, Chung-Li. Good luck with the tires tomorrow. Have a good night there, Chung-Li. But yeah, y'all, it is weird. You know, it like I said, it ain't a bad smell. It's just a weird smell. You know, but it's just the stuff that you eat. It come out your pores. And like I said, the Europeans, they believe that they only took a bath once a year. It was a big deal to take a bath because you had to do it at a specific time because you wasn't protected from the holy spirits. I mean, the evil spirits. So they were scared. Echelon says, Chung-Li said, Naya, is Chung feeling all right? I hope she's okay. Echelon says, we have the meats in my house, turkey, chicken, lamb, even soy, but soy is a killer, but it tastes good. Tony says soy is extremely dangerous, JD. What the farmer said, it's called air scrubbers, charcoal filter, and fan cleaner of everything. You know, it's a lot of stuff in that soy sauce that's bad for you, I heard. Liz said, nothing smells worse than spoiled chicken left in your car. Hubby left a bag in my car one day. Oh, Lord. Yeah, chicken do stink. Especially in the summertime. Woo! You know, like I'll have 2 plastic bags, 2 shopping bags on the door with a trash can, and then when that get filled up, I start a trash bag, and then I'm trying to fill a trash bag up so I can take it out. And that was one day that I didn't get anything to cook, and everything was just so small that it wouldn't fill a bag up. And one day I woke up, I was like, woo-hoo-hoo, this thing got to go outside. And I took it outside, that boy was humming. I said, oh Lord. That boy was humming. Liz said, weeks of funk. Mud Duck says, air filter is taking smoke out of house. Echelon says, you missed a good show, Tony, at the Heineken hour. John says, from fires. Tony said, you Liz. Liz says, Tony, it was awful. Well, Chung-Li, I'm sorry you went to bed earlier, dear. Wish you could have hung with us. But I hope you have a great night. Let me see here. All right, that was from Liz. Let's see what else we got. All right, this is also from Liz, y'all. Video captures violent confrontation at Southern California Trump rally. All right, well, let's get it. And still squeezed in a commercial. I love how it start up and then go right to a commercial. I mean, it just trips me out how it starts up and then goes right to a commercial. Hold on, y'all. We got a commercial. All right. That music is annoying. All right, now that was Fox News, and they slid that last little part in. Make sure y'all read that. They slid that last little part in, y'all. Bill Gates said that you keep hearing Donald Trump say that he shut down the Chinese from coming in. And then that was in February. But then in March, he stopped the Europeans from coming in. It was too late by then. But he said that he might have made the pandemic worse because if he would have quarantined some of them people, they might could have found out how the disease works earlier rather than being in the throes of it, trying to figure it out. I think that's what he's trying to say. I think that's what he was trying to say. But we'll find out this weekend when the interview airs. All right, another link from Liz. Liz was rolling today. All right, y'all, what do y'all think about this? Here we go again. Police pepper spray 7-year-old boy at a Black Lives Matter protest in Seattle. The police say it was lawful and proper to spray that little 7-year-old boy with pepper spray. A high-profile incident in which Seattle police officer doused a 7-year-old boy with pepper spray at a Black Lives Matter protest was lawful and proper. The results of a police probe released Friday. So let's take a looky. Let's take a looky. That was a girl. Is that a girl or boy?
Diamond's over there. We're taking lots of balls. The mouse are injured. We're going to declare this, a couple minutes to declare this. Once we get State Patrol, there's a second line of walk will be coming. Once we get down, we're going to declare an lawful assembly. Lawful assembly, we're going to push these people. We're going to carve this flag and start pushing people south again.
That's the pepper spray guy that cut down my pepper spray 5 feet away from us.
Damn. Alrighty, y'all. They getting down. They getting down up there. Woo. That dang shame. So now we know that a 7-year-old and an 8-year-old got maced. This is crazy. My dog said, time to go hide and wait 5, maybe 10 years. Echelon said, this is what you call making America great again. Thank you, Donald Duck. Or Donald Dump. Or he said Donald Drump. Echelon says, rest in peace, Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Yeah, we already covered that, Echelon. JD, Ellie. There she ain't. Wait a minute, did we show this one? This is from Liz also. And then, did we already show this? I don't know if we showed this already in that. Now watch it be a commercial. Yeah. Hold on. I think we saw this already. But be careful. Oh my God, it's a 30-second ad. Come on, man. Why do you think somebody want to watch a 30-second ad? I just don't understand. You know, people crazy. People just crazy. Why do you think somebody want to watch a 30-second ad? All right, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, we already saw that. Okay, we already saw that. I want to be sure. I ain't want y'all to miss anything. Somebody take the time to show it to me. All right, check this out, y'all. Donald Trump got to go. I'm sorry. Donald Trump got to go. I want to hear y'all defend this. Where my Trump supporters at? President Trump painted a great and divisive portrait of the state of America education on Thursday, claiming that anything from elementary schools to colleges are being overrun by radical teachers bent on destroying our children with Marxist doctrines. The president was talking about an educational framework known as critical race theory, which holds that the founding of the U.S. is inextricable from slavery and racism, with that impact still reverberating today. Critical race theory and the crusade. Uh-oh. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Wait a minute. Alrighty. Critical race theory and the crusade against American history is toxic propaganda, ideological poison that, if not removed, will dissolve the civic bonds that tie us together, Trump said in a speech from the National Archives Museum near the White House, his voice echoing through the Cavernous room. It will destroy our country. Trump has seized on critical race theory as part of his culture war against what he calls the radical left. Amid plummeting poll numbers and widespread disapproval of his handling of the CV pandemic, Trump has accelerated his focus on depicting Democrats as antithetical to American values and tied it into his broader law and order pitch for re-election. Trump has taken particular aim at the 1619 Project, a long-form New York Times piece about the funding of the U.S. that relies on the tenets of critical history. Alrighty, y'all. Hold this thought for a moment. Hold this thought for a moment. I said something that offended somebody earlier tonight. I didn't realize how bad it sounded because I only repeated what I heard many times in my life, and I don't know if it's true or not, and I said that when I said it. But I did say that I've heard people say that, you know, Chinese people have a certain scent to them. I said that Arabians have a certain scent to them. Indians also have a certain scent to them. Black people have a scent to them. But there's something going around, and I've heard it many a day growing up. I don't know if it's true or not. I can't verify it. Because I've never been around somebody that actually had their hair wet. But there is a phrase going around that says that European people hair smells funny. Now, I offended somebody when I said that. And if I'm wrong, I don't have no problem saying that I'm wrong. And I'm sorry for repeating. It was not done to be smart. It was just in the conversation. Didn't know that it would be seen that offensive. I shouldn't have said it. And I apologize. All right, y'all, let's move on. Oh. Amid plummeting poll numbers and widespread we already read that. Trump has taken particular aim in the 1619 Project, a long-form New York Times piece about the founding of the U.S. that relies on tenets of critical race history. But Naya, we about to get in trouble again. In his National Archives Museum speech, Trump reminded the audience he recently signed an executive order forbidding the project to be taught at any federal institution. Trump signed an executive order. This has left warped, distorted, and defiled American story with deceptions, falsehoods, and lies. There's no better example than the New York Times totally discredit 1619 Project, he said. This project rewrites American history to teach our children that we were founded on the principle of oppression, not freedom. What? This project rewrites American history to teach our children that we were founded on the principle of oppression, not freedom. That's a lie. Yes, we were. This country was founded on that. Let's see. You turned on the British because they stopped doing slavery. And then you turned on the North when they stopped doing slavery. So that is oppression. Why are you trying to rechange history, Donald Trump? But okay, Trump also said that he would soon sign another executive order to establish a new entity that will promote patriotic education. It'll be called the 1776 Commission, he said. It will encourage our educators to teach our children about the miracle of American history and make plans to honor the 250th anniversary of our founding. It's unclear how a commission will work since school curriculums are set by state and local governments, not presidents. A spokesman for the Department of Education did not return a request for comment. Andrew Bates, the spokesman for Joe Biden campaign, said the goal of Trump's patriotic education push appears clear. He stokes hatred and division rather than bringing this nation together to confront racism. Bates said history will not be kind to this president for these failures and more. In 47 days, we start writing the next chapter. Alrighty, so hold on a sec now. I'm going to piss some people off, but goddamn it, I can't let it go. So people get ready to be offended. I'm sorry, I can't let this go. Donald Trump and lost his mind. Okay? He has lost his mind. Where were the Republicans at from 1870 all the way up to 1963? Where were the Republicans at when they allowed the South to go home and rewrite their own history? Where were the Republicans at? What were they doing? They wasn't doing nothing. But now you want to step in. You must have lost your mind, Donald Trump. You must have lost your mind. Why do people always want to hide the truth? Why not admit the truth and say, hey, we could have done better. Let's heal. But no, you want to hide the truth. But let's tell the truth. After the Civil War, the North did not go down and do what a conqueror is supposed to do. They didn't go down there and lock up all them terrorist traitors. They didn't go down there and take over. They allowed them to just go home. Ain't no other war ever been fought in the world where the victor didn't take the spoils. But the victor said, just go on home. We'll pretend it never happened. Go on home. I'll see you at the next Congress meeting. Go on home, y'all. They let the South rewrite the history of the war and everything to favor them. And the Republicans did nothing but let them do what they wanted to do. And it wasn't until they saw them putting the Thugs and the hoses on the little black boys and girls, that's when the Republicans said, we got to get up and do something. And that wasn't until the 60s. So you went from 1850-something all the way to 1960 and didn't do nothing. And then you got a Republican president that say, I don't want you to know about this, so I'm going to make an executive order to prevent it from being told. Really? Anybody have a problem with this? Does anybody have a problem with this? But the winner didn't rewrite the history. The losers rewrote the history. But Duck Farmer, there is nothing regal about General Lee. He was a traitor, no different than Al-Qaeda. They were traitors. They were trying to take down the United States government. They were terrorists. But the Republicans in the North said nothing while these Democrats rewrote their history and made their leaders, the beaten leaders of the war, they made them legends. And they didn't do nothing about it. But now that they want to tell the truth about it, Donald Trump want to write an executive order to say, no, you're not going to be able to tell the truth. So now you want to hide history. But you were right. But that's why they fought against Britain in the beginning, because Britain stopped slavery. And they didn't want to stop it. That's why they had the war. And people say that the war of the South was not about slavery, yet we showed the documents slavery was in there 100 times. Why can't we just admit it and move on? Why are you ashamed now, Donald Trump? You want to hide it. You know, echelon right, like they did Britain 100 years earlier. That's why, you know, I don't understand. This is what got me with why a lot of people don't come around no more. Because of what I said, a lot of people don't want to hear it, but it was the truth. It's the truth, and a lot of people don't like it, but it's the truth. It's your truth. It's your history. Own it. Instead of trying to bury it. Stop trying to bury it. The fact of the matter is, nobody, African American, black, whatever, Negro, whatever you want to call us, should ever stand for that Pledge of Allegiance or ever stand for the national anthem. Because the original version didn't have nothing good to say about us. So why would we want to pledge allegiance to that? The man that wrote the national anthem put in there in the second verse, he hoped, the verse that nobody never say. He say for all the black slaves that tried to get free by joining the British. I hope God get them. But you trying to get free from the British. So it's okay for you to get free from the British, but those slaves can't be free of you, Francis Scott Key. You know how retarded that sounds? When the North started doing production, they didn't need slaves anymore. And they freed them. But then the South said, oh, we got to keep them. Now the North and freed theirs, they sneaking up north. We going to have to go and separate ourselves from the North like we did with the British. Why hide it? It's the truth. You don't have to hide it. It's the truth. All those Confederate monuments need to come down. All the schools that's named Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson, they need to come down and be changed. All that need to change. If you don't, you hanging on to that history. And as long as you hang on to it, we can't unify. Because I'm not going to stand for an anthem that says if I want freedom, God should strike me down. Why would I want to stand for that? Why would I want to talk about a constitution that says I'm only 1/5 of a man? You asking a lot. Well, just put it under the rug and forget about it. You know. That's asking a lot. And when we want to talk about it, y'all get mad. Don't want to talk about it. Hey. It wasn't us. It was our great-great-grandparents. It wasn't us. But yet the monument's still here. The monuments are still here. So even though you wasn't responsible, you still got these monuments in our face. You still wave that Confederate flag in our face. But no, it wasn't me. It was my great-great-grandparents. I had nothing to do with it. Then why are you ashamed? We'll talk about it so that we can heal. Now you just stay in your hood and, you know, there you go. Just come out and vote for us and keep working for us and there you go. And that's why this stuff keep coming back up. Echelon says, not founded, but funded by slavery. Slavery is not exclusive to blacks from Africa. Throughout history, all people on this planet have been enslaved by other races. I agree, Echelon, but there's never been such a drive to keep it going. Why can't we just deal with this and let it go? We're all human beings. I've already said there's no unity. We supposed to have one flag. The stars and bars. There ain't supposed to be no other flags. I don't care if you came from Poland, wherever you came from. If you come here and become a citizen, leave that flag down. You're not with them anymore. You're a United States citizen. So if you can't do that, how are we going to unify? How you going to say you're American and I'm Italian too? I'm American and I'm Irish too. I'm American and I'm Mexican too. I'm an American and I'm English too. I'm an American and I'm French too. I'm an American and I'm African too. Supposed to have one flag and everybody supposed to fly the same flag. If we can't agree on one flag, how are we going to agree on anything? I told y'all, you know, if you watch AEW wrestling, there are two ladies that are from Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is a United States territory. Why are these ladies standing in a wrestling ring on US TV, both of them waving Puerto Rican flags? Puerto Rico supposed to be United States. There shouldn't be no more Puerto Rican flag. You got beat. We took you. You're not Puerto Rico anymore. You're part, supposedly, of the United States. So why are you waving? You're not waving a United States flag. You and I face waving a Puerto Rican flag. Why? Somebody explain. How can we come together when everybody else is hanging on to something else? Why are you hanging on to France? What is France doing for you on the other side of the world? Nothing. But yeah, I'm French, goddammit. I'm a Russian American. What is Russia doing for you right now? Nothing. So if we go to war with Russia, are you going to fight with us or are you going to fight with the Russians? Because you got both flags. If we go to war with the Irish, are you going to have an Irish flag in one hand and an American flag in the other? I'm asking the questions. I'm showing you how stupid it is. Because it is stupid. You can't serve two. Just like you can't serve the devil and God and Jesus at the same time. You got to pick a side. So if you are American, then you must be American. You don't need no other ethnicity. If you got to add the other ethnicity, you're not all in. And if you're not all in, then we just hanging out. Yeah, you know, I'll hang with you for a little bit. It's nice over here. But you know, I'm German. But I'll come over here and hang with you. Y'all got some nice benefits. You know, I'll hang with you. But if something ever go down, y'all got to know, I'm going to rock with Germany. Something go down, I'm going to rock with India. Even though my kids is born here, I'm Indian. You fighting with India, you're fighting with me. Pick a side. Why are you trying to hang on? Unless you got a lot of money or you're very attractive, when you go to the country you claim, they don't want you. They don't want you to come over there and bring them values. The values that we don't have anymore, that the other countries still have. They don't want you coming over there corrupting their children. They don't. And if you got money, they'll say, come on. You got power, they'll say, come on. But they don't want you. Come over there and turn their nice young women into tramps. They don't want their little girls doing that. They don't want their boys to come over there and be thirsty, sex-driven, violent, ignorant, play the video games all day. They don't want their children to do that. The countries that you claiming don't even want you. That's what I don't get. All right, Liz says she don't agree with that. Why not, Liz? I'll listen. Come on, Liz. I'm telling the truth here. So bring it. See, here, I don't have no problem with somebody disagreeing with me. Anybody disagree with what I said, please say something. If you think I'm wrong, please say something. If I find out that I'm from Libya or Nigeria, the next time we have any kind of rally, I should bring a Nigerian flag. And I should tell everybody else, you need to stand up while I sing the theme of Nigeria. Some people would tear me a hole. You said represent your culture. Why does there have to be a flag? Are you American or are you not? You say represent that culture. You do realize that in most major cities, you have the ghettos where the black people are. You have the boroughs where the Mexicans are. You got Chinatown. You got a Little Italy. You got a Germantown. You got an Irish settlement. You got an English settlement. You got a French settlement. So where are we united? Listen. Where are we, the United States, where are we united? Everybody in their own little section. Fragmented, that's not united. United means you won. The only time we won, somebody from another country come over, we get together and go get them. A terrorist drop a bomb, then we all get together and go get them. Any other time we united. We're not united, we separate. When are we going to really come together as a country? You don't have to lose your culture if you got one. But why do you have to hold on to it and hold the flag of that country when you're supposed to be representing the flag of the United States? I will listen. You can still make your pizzas. You can still make your gyros. You Jewish, you can still have your bar mitzvahs. But why everybody gotta fly a different flag? We supposed to be Americans. We're not as one. Do you think that I could go to Pakistan with a United States flag and wave it? While they all waving their Pakistani flags? They're gonna beat me up. Think I can go to Germany and wave an American flag? They're gonna beat me up. Think I can go to Italy and put an American flag in their face while they waving their flags? They're gonna beat me up. So why do we do it here? I'm just asking the question. You can't get mad at me. I'm asking the question. I'm not attacking nobody. I'm asking y'all to explain. Just explain. Liz said we should be able to represent, they should be able to represent their culture. Their culture. What about the American culture? What is the American culture? Unless I'm going to buy something, I should stay out of Chinatown. Unless I'm going to buy something, I should stay out of Germantown. Unless I'm going to buy something, I should stay out of the Little Italies. Unless I'm going to buy something, I should stay out where the English hang out at. We in this country, but we just separated ourselves from each other. But we all pay taxes. We all follow the same rules. But when we leave each other, we go back to the country we came from and we operate like that. That's why we can't get rid of the measles. We can't get rid of the mumps. We can't get rid of diphtheria. Because the kids supposed to get shots before they go to school. But some countries don't allow you to get shots. Some religions don't allow you to get shots. So that's why we can't get rid of these diseases. They keep popping back up. Chicken pox, measles, they just keep popping back up. Well, my country says I ain't got to do it. I'm not going to have my kids do it. And then the kids go infect everybody else. So when you say everybody should have their own culture, you're saying everybody should be able to do what they want to do. A country don't work like that. Everybody got to be on the same page. And we're not on the same page. That's why we keep having these flare-ups. Everybody's not on the same page. Everybody's doing their own thing. And then when your thing messes up my thing, then we go to war. We have a problem. I don't want to see Black Lives Matter in the street. But I can look up and see other country stuff laid in the houses. That's not confusing? I go to Little Italy. It's like I'm in Italy. I thought I was in the United States. I go to Chinatown. It looks like I'm really in Chinatown. It should look like the United States. Chinese people just happen to be there. It shouldn't look like Chinatown. You want to live in Chinatown, go back to China. Where's the American culture at? How do you know if somebody American? If somebody from another country, see you sitting there with an Irish flag, and somebody sitting there with a Ukrainian flag, and somebody sitting there with a French flag, somebody sitting there with an Angola flag, somebody sitting there with a Brazilian flag or Puerto Rican flag, somebody who don't know walk in the country, where am I at? Are we in Puerto Rico? Am I in Paris? Am I in Hong Kong? When does you representing your culture not offend somebody else who doesn't agree with that culture? You're going to have an issue. Yeah, you know, I don't mind Jane coming by. She got to always come by with them daggone colors on, man. We not in York. I'm gonna come in here with them daggone colors on. Them daggone Russians always coming here with that daggone baklava. I'm not with that damn baklava stuff. They keep trying to shove it down our throat. That's why everybody's separate. Only when it's time to fight together, only when it's time to protest, that's when everybody come together. Any other time, everybody apart. I understand we the land of the free. And we the home of the brave. But we should all have the same home. I walk in your home, it's like I'm in Italy. I walk in your home, it's like I'm in France. You got all these different things. But we call the United States. Where are we united? Everybody's different. Where everybody go quiet? Is not what I say make sense? Does somebody want to chop it down? If this is the United States of America, it's made up by different people. But how are we united if everybody is still hanging on to parts of another country? Well, you know, when I was in England, we didn't do that. Well, you're not in England anymore. But you lousy sticking Americans, my daughter is not going to no rock concert, so stop asking me. Stop showing commercials for young ladies to wear halter tops. In my country, we do not wear a halter tops. Well, if this country wear halter tops, when your daughter come looking like she just came off the Virgin Mary shopping network, when the boys don't ask her to dance, you get mad. Well, your daughter come there looking like Grandma Moses. Why you think somebody is gonna want to deal with her? You look old and frumpy, and there's a disconnect there. She's going to be left out. And if you're being left out, we're not united. That's all I'm saying. Naya said, listening with 6 viewers. Well, how come nobody not commenting, Naya? I asked a very good question. Now, Liz said they should be able to represent their culture. But if everybody is holding on to a different culture, how can we come together? If your culture says that women can't vote, but the United States says the women can vote, what is your child going to think when they sitting there in the cafeteria and around the water cooler, and the women are talking about who they going to vote for, and they turn to her and say, who you voting for? Oh, I can't vote. My culture says the women ain't allowed to vote. When all the girls drive up in their fancy little cars and they see somebody getting off the bus, you our supervisor. Why are you getting off the bus? Well, my culture, women ain't supposed to drive. What do you think that the women going to think about that person? I don't want them around me. I sure as heck don't want my little girls to be around her, because my little girls going to know they can do whatever they want to do. Our culture says women can't do nothing except have babies and cook. But guess what? You're going to be isolated. But that's not what America says. And that's why you got the Bible Belt. And the Bible Belt ain't even the Bible Belt anymore. They trying to hang on. That's why you got the Amish by themselves. They don't want their children corrupted. That's why you got the Jewish people by themselves. They don't want their children corrupted. Anytime the Middle Easterners come over here, they stay by themselves. They don't want their children corrupted. Do y'all understand? We're not united. We are separate under the guise of being united. This is not a racial thing. It's just a fact. How can we unite when you got sections, or as Liz said, cultures that believe that their country that they came from, their values and cultures make you better than everybody else's? And if you believe that you're better, you're not going to come down off the high horse and meet with everybody else. You separate. And if you separate, you're not united. Is what I'm saying making sense? Somebody let me know. Am I making sense? Am I just talking into the wind? These ladies are uncouth. They haven't gone to the training of having the book on their head, and they don't know how to hold their pinky out when they do the drink, and they don't know how to do the walks. These ladies are beneath us. No, son, you cannot go date one of them. I don't care how pretty they are beneath you because they have no class. That's the United States today. And the parents of another culture would say, they too bougie. But no, I don't want you dealing with them, son. We just leave them alone. We do our thing over here, let them do their thing over there. That's not united. That's separate. And if you separate, you're not united. So in actuality, our name is a lie. We're not united. We are not united. We just put up with each other. That's a better word for it. We put up with each other. That's what we should be called. We ought to put up with each other, country. I don't agree with you, but I put up with you. I don't like what you do, but I put up with you. And as long as you don't get in my way, I put up with you. When you get in my way, I'm going to take you out. That's the United States. That's why we having a problem with the police. As long as you do what they say, they'll put up with you. When you give a little resistance, that's when they want to tase you and beat you up. Kill you. Because you putting up resistance. As long as you do what they say, and I'll put up with you. Put the handcuffs on, get in the back seat, take you to the station. As long as you do what I want you to do, I'll put up with you. As soon as you say something, I'm not. You imagine somebody that just came over from another country. In that country, they beat their wives and kids. And somebody called the police and say, hey, that man in there beating his wives and kids, do something. When the police show up, mind your business. This is what we do in my country. Well, you're not in your country anymore. What do you mean? That's my culture. My culture says I can beat my wives and kids whenever I want. Well, it's not allowed here. I thought this was the land of the free. Ain't I'm free? I'm not free to do what I was raised to do. In my country, we beat our wives up. She didn't call you. My kids didn't call you to come here. Some nosy busybody called you. Maybe in their culture, that's not accepted. In my culture, it's accepted. My wife or kids better not ever call you to say I'm hitting. Because relatives will come over from the home country and they'll beat the crap out of them. Differences. We got all these differences. I remember one of the first cops I ever seen. Have anybody ever seen it? I mentioned this before. They had got a call where the wife wasn't doing what the husband said. These were people that came from another country, but got naturalized. They got their citizenship. The man was beating the wife, and his parents came over there and was beating the wife. And the police came and said, you can't do that. This is what we do in our country. Well, they're not accepted here. So when does your culture stop and United States laws start? When does, with your country that you come from, where do your laws stop and the United States laws start? Because in the United States, you can't beat your wife. In the United States, you can't abuse your children. You can't leave them sitting outside all night. You can't starve them. In other cultures, you can do that. Teach them a lesson. But if we don't unite, that causes conflict. Everybody not on the same page. If it wasn't for our weapons, man, We so fragmented. Our weapons and ingenuity is what keep us at the top. The structure says failure. But somehow we manage to come together at the right time. But if we want to be the most powerfulest country in the world forever, we need to fully unite. And we're not fully united. We only united on a need for need basis, you know. When somebody else is threatening us, then we come together. And I know I offended some people, but don't be offended. Take in this knowledge. Spread it around. Ask other people what they think. You'd be surprised at the answers you hear. But they ain't never been asked it. Next time you're around grandma and grandpa, ask them. You remember when your great grandpa came over? What was it like? How did you adjust? How did you manage to keep the values that you came from your country? And how did you manage to merge it into what the American value is? You know? All right, looks like nobody's gonna answer me, so let's get to the next video. But like I say, I hope I didn't offend somebody. I hope I didn't offend somebody, but like I said, it's the truth. Sometimes the truth hurts. Where are we? All right, y'all, this is crazy. Did y'all hear about this? This is crazy. I mean, you know, I wanted to drive for UPS. I'm glad I didn't get the job.
The FBI tonight, they say two men who robbed a jewelry store, hijacked a UPS van, and got into a deadly shootout with police were already wanted for two heists near Miami. Police towed away the bullet-riddled UPS van today. The suspects were killed, as was the UPS driver and a 70-year-old man in another car. As Manuel Bojorquez reports, there are questions tonight about the overwhelming use of force.
The dramatic shootout that ended the 23-mile chase involved 19 police officers from at least 4 different departments. They opened fire when the gunmen shot at them, leaving drivers in rush hour traffic panicked and scrambling as police took cover behind people's cars and trucks. In the end, the two men who police say robbed a jewelry store and hijacked the UPS truck were killed. But so was 70-year-old Richard Cutshot, who was waiting in his car at the intersection, and the UPS driver who was taken hostage, Frank Ordonez. Ordonez was father of 2 daughters, ages 3 and 5. His stepfather criticized the officers' actions.
They disregard the hostage. They disregard for the people around the scene. They went out there like the old West.
Miami-Dade's police director explained why officers had to move in on the suspects.
These individuals weren't showing that they're just fleeing. They were violently confronting officers, shooting at them.
But Manny Orosa, who was Miami's police chief from 2011 to 2015, questions the tactic given the number of civilians and the hostage.
What I was looking for was for someone to be able to stop all those cars, get all those people out of the cars, evacuate them to safety.
But if the suspect or suspects are opening fire, shouldn't the officers try to neutralize them?
You should take cover. If you're shooting into a truck and you don't have a clear vision of who you're shooting at, you just don't shoot at the truck.
It is still not clear who fired the shots that killed the UPS driver and the innocent bystander.
Now, this goes back to the Breonna Taylor case. The cops say that the people in the truck shot at them. They shot into that truck, not having a clear vantage point, just like the cops in the Breonna Taylor situation, firing through a door because Kenneth Walker fired at them. They should have took cover and tried to find a better way to get in. Try to find out how many people were actually in the house before they made their move. That's why Breonna Taylor family got $12 million. This man that was shot in that truck, his family is going to get money. The guy driving the UPS truck, his family is going to get money. His daughters are going to get a great education. Better than one he could have provided, because they're going to get money. It was irresponsible. Shoot. Especially with all those people around. Why they didn't shoot at them, they were going to shoot them. Why they didn't wait until they got to an area of where there were no cars and then do it. That freeway wasn't blocked the whole time. They could have stopped the cars and then went and then had that shooting. You would only had one person dead. We're lucky that only 2 people died, because there was a lot of cars out there on that road, and those people were trapped. They were trapped. So it's fortunate only 2 people died. But the family, they're going to get a couple dollars. They're going to get a couple dollars, just like Breonna Taylor's family did. They're going to get a couple dollars. Police supposed to know better. They are supposed to know better. You do not have a shootout with somebody with all them people around. I'd rather you let them go than have a shootout with all of them. All they got was some jury. You got 2 men dead over some jury. The jury still got insurance. You could have followed that truck until it got away from them people. Then you could have lit it up. You could have actually had a helicopter keep an eye on that truck. And when they abandoned it and got in and stole somebody else's car, then you could have shot that car up that only had them. See, how come I can sit and just tell you what you should have done? How come trained officers don't know how to do what they supposed to do? Somebody is firing at you. They're not firing at the civilians. Let them get away from the civilians. You stop the cars. And let them drive out where there ain't nobody. Then you light them up. Then you wanna only have, because you could have shot the tires out and let the truck come to a stop. Then they would have got out and ran, and you could have shot them then. See, why is it that I can sit here and tell you what to do? I can just sit here and tell you what to do. How come these people that's paid can't do nothing? I gave you several scenarios of what to do. Naya says terrible. Yes, they should have a clear line of vision. There's no reason. You see all them people? And you see a black man on the ground running, I'd have been like, what the hell wrong with y'all? I ain't got nothing to do with this. You got me in an okay corral. That's just crazy. See, a lot of y'all get mad at me, but I just asked the question. I asked the question and I asked y'all to talk about it with me. That's what we do here. All right, now, that was the news story. This is supposed to be the video, so let's get it. The video is graphic. Viewer discretion is advised. Viewer discretion is advised. Let's get it. Ready to truck.
I'm close to a place but I did not catch your ID again. Alright, 3603. Go ahead. First is going to be 6 John, Queen Victor, 329 for the second. Okay, so go ahead. 75 George, 75191. First one's clear contact 09 Toyota out of Los Angeles to Cynthia Perez. Second one's clear current 94 Ford out of San Jose to a James King. The first one I copied 6 John Queen Victor 829.
Tom 3, I'm code 3 to 87.
As long as nobody in that lane, they good. Why they ain't shoot the truck up right there? Ain't nobody around.
On the shoulder of southbound 87. And they've exited on Kurtner. All units are touchdown channel 8 and some of our units. The next 10 authorized all code 3. New copy. LPD said nothing is on the plate that they were. Normal.
Salve 6111, are you clear for 2 parties?
Hey, so go ahead.
Man, that's a good spot for the pit maneuver. Where the cops at?
First, Anita, Victor Adam, Nora, Adam, Tom, Adam. Nora, Nora, Adam, Tom, Victor, Adam, Robert, Lincoln, Adam, Lincoln. GB 11, 17, of 45, break for second.
Is that a lady?
Go ahead.
After Kim, King, Ida, Mary, first of David, coming spelling middle of Penelope, Mary, Yellow, Ocean, Nora, George, hyphenated Sam Union. GB 920 of 9696.
Alright, y'all see them running through the neighborhood. Oh man.
Brad's living the dream, but things weren't always so great.
I got nailed. I feel sorry for the people that left. This is getting good. If they can see it now. Oh. With the volume back up. Uh-oh. I did something wrong. What did I do? I hit the wrong button? What did I do? Wait a minute. This the same video? This ain't the same video. Hold on a sec. Go back. All right, here we go.
Negative PFN copy. And just for info, that first plate, I think it's wrong in the event. Did you want to confirm it?
We got 2 vehicles involved. Which one?
6 John Queen Victor 829.
John Queen Victor 329.
No, I copied 8 and I'll rerun it. That plate comes back clear and it's current on 2000.
All right, there's the EBS drop.
Are you on 8 now? Jeffrey? Just an update for the channel I called. Suspects are running 322 Interpol SO requesting unit to 2191, Walpole Code 3 for subjects that for failed, and possible 215 of the UPS vehicle on UPS truck. Mr. Broadcast driver, adult male with a ponytail and a black jacket. Passenger was a female. A wrong pole in her hand for officer safety, and another party saying that she ran to the railroad tracks with a rifle.
It looked like it was a cop behind them. Why they didn't shoot the tires out? Isn't that a cop car right there?
Three females in the UPS truck, southbound communication hell, and possibly with a hostage.
Dang, nobody. Look at all this open space they could take them down in. They're gonna let them get back on the big road. Yep, and let them get back on the big road.
Jackson with that SO unit in out in position.
Just come from 61 Sam Street.
61 King Street, they just deployed spike strips, but I don't think they worked.
Yeah, they're trying for those at Taylor, like in the number 1 lane now. Like in the number 1 lane.
This is crazy, y'all.
Good spike hit for info on that. Still approaching to Taylor, and a good spike hit.
Spike strips did work.
This information, current air 3, the female taking cover behind the dashboard of the vehicle. Male standing in the doorway under the shotgun. The driver is still belted in his seat.
So they told the police the driver was in the car. The female got her hands up.
We still need someone southbound first to cover. Get 611 coming, code 3. And just confirm. Sorry, just re-ID for the USF gonna take that. 6 on Victor 4 copy, taking southbound first at triple. Copy, female is coming out.
So the female got out the truck. Is that a man down there? Or
Female, that's what's trying to take her 10-15 now.
Copy, female coming out. SO trying to take her 10-15.
Well, I snatched that shotgun. Well, we had a fight. I'd have snatched that shotgun. We'd had a fight.
Right. So it plugs it in.
You gonna die anyway. You might as well die right there. You gonna die anyway. You might as well die right there. Y'all hear what I'm saying? I would have took a chance.
Air 3 still has the shotgun. He's pointing at the Bearcat, pointing the shotgun at the Suburban. He's going to bail out the passenger side armed with the shotgun.
He should have been picked off the minute he came out there.
Pointing the shotgun at the Bearcat, bailing out the passenger side.
Air 3, he's foot bailing, running northbound towards Trimble. Armed with the shotgun. Armed with the shotgun. Now eastbound through the lot just south of Trimble.
Copy, northbound towards Trimble with the shotgun, now going eastbound.
Suspect's down. Not sure by who. Officer, or suspect is down.
Copy, suspect is down, suspect is down.
Air 3, suspect's down, not moving. Shotgun is about 5 feet to the east of him.
Copy, down, not moving. Shotgun's 5 feet to the east of him.
Hold on a second. They ain't the same. They're the same one. Hold on a second. How did the man get shot in the truck? Wait a minute. That can't be the same video. Let me see something. Oh, hold on. It says we live. Oh, that's us. Wait a minute. Go back. Hold on a second. Oh, man. That's not what we want to see. Hold on a second. Was that the same incident? Wait a minute. Go back. This is the same story. This looked different than what we saw before. Something ain't right. I don't know if the helicopter made it look different, but hold on a second. I don't want to play it again. I just want to see what the date was. October 17th. Okay, now go back to the other video. Wait a minute. Go back to the other video. Okay.
Don't let him.
Okay, with two different incidents. Okay, that's December 6th, 2000. Okay, my bad. That ain't the same incident. I thought it was the same incident. My bad, y'all. Both of them were terrifying. I thought they were the same incident. My bad, y'all. So what was that called? After UPS truck ends in shootout, it looked like the same thing. It don't look like what we saw here. This don't look like the same thing we saw. All right. All right, get to this one.
CDC after the agency allegedly released coronavirus testing guidance without any scientific review. The guidance, widely criticized after it was released last month, said patients without symptoms should not get tested for COVID, even if they were exposed to someone who's infected.
Let me tell you right up front that the new guidelines are a CDC action.
According to an email obtained by the New York Times, Trump administration officials at the Health and Human Services Department rewrote that guidance despite warnings from doctors to actually ramp up testing. It comes as CDC Director Robert Redfield is embroiled in a back and forth with President Trump over the effectiveness of masks, as well as a timeline for a vaccine.
Late second quarter, third quarter, 2021.
No, we want to go immediately.
On Thursday, Dr. Anthony Fauci defended Redfield's estimate.
You're not going to be able to vaccinate the entire population all at once. The Trump administration is also facing new criticism after newly uncovered memos revealed the White House allegedly blocked a proposal from the Postal Service to send 650 million disposable masks to American households back in April, 5 for each residence. Meanwhile, parts of the country are seeing new setbacks in the push to reopen. In New York City, schools have once again postponed in-person classes. In Wisconsin, an outbreak is forcing nearly 120 students into quarantine, and the country as a whole is still seeing up to 1,000 deaths each day. Overseas, widespread protests in Israel. The country is set to begin a new lockdown today, and the World Health Organization is now warning that Europe could already be seeing the start of a second wave. And back to that plan to send face coverings to American households back in April, an administration official tells the Washington Post that plan was scrapped out of concern it might cause panic across the country. Kenneth, Mona?
All right, Andrew Dimbert there in Washington. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the...
Okay, y'all. I don't want y'all to miss that. Once again, President Trump putting pressure on the CDC, telling them not to test people who might have been exposed to the virus if they don't have a high temperature. So that means that the numbers that we seeing, they lower. Now we know why they lower. Did y'all hear what I said? Trump put pressure on the CDC not to test people unless they have a temperature. So that means you could, if you say you were exposed to somebody that had COVID, they're not going to test you if you don't have a temperature. That's why the numbers came. Are y'all understanding? That's why the numbers came down. They're not testing people that have been exposed to somebody who has it. So they're not being recorded. Y'all understand that? And also, the post office was going to deliver every American 5 masks. And guess what? Donald Trump said no, it might start a pandemic. Anybody got any comments on that? Anybody got any comments on that? You really believe this is president cares about you? After hearing that, y'all think this president care about you? Anybody? All right, y'all, this happened at a Walmart. I told you can't go to Walmart no more. You can't go to Walmart no more.
Breaking news at noon. Copter 4 is live over the scene here where 2 people are dead outside the Walmart in Lakewood. We know police shot and killed a suspect in a shooting. This is happening at 4th and Wadsworth. It happened just about an hour ago. Now, we know police responded to gunfire at that Walmart parking lot, and that's where they did find 1 person dead when they arrived there at the scene. The suspect apparently took off, and officers followed that person. That's when officers returned fire and had to kill that suspect. Now, we're told some homes in the area were hit with bullets. That just really tells you how many bullets were flying in broad daylight here in Lakewood, outside of this Walmart. And some of the officers' cars even have damage to them as well. Officers do not think this was gang related, but we have been watching Copter 4 here, and you can see it over the parking area. A big, expansive area is roped off. We're seeing crime tape on both sides of Wadsworth, indicating a very large scene here. And in that parking lot, you see a lot of cars obviously parked, indicating that there were a lot of people at this Walmart when that shooting happened. We are working to gather more details and try to figure out who is among the dead and why this shooting even happened, and we'll try to update you right here on CBSN and CBS 4 News. Now,
can't even go. Can't even go. Well, let's go ahead and watch. Ooh, graphic content.
Tonight, heroic actions by one of the deputies shot in the ambush attack in Compton.
New video we're about to play shows the deputies taking cover moments after the shooting. I want to warn you that the video is disturbing. Sarah Seidner has the report.
An incredible show of bravery. A 31-year-old LA Sheriff's deputy, profusely bleeding from a bullet to the face, is seen helping save her 24-year-old partner. She applies a tourniquet to his bloodied arm and helps him move behind a pillar to avoid taking on more fire. Both have already been shot multiple times. Surveillance video shows the ambush. A shooter fires into their car while they sit in their vehicle outside a metro stop in Compton.
The female deputy, after getting shot, both of them 4 or 5 times, her with a broken jaw in the face, stepped out, gave a tourniquet to her fellow deputy who had been shot in the head as well. Probably saved his life while calling for help.
She and her partner had just become deputies 14 months ago. The mother of a 6-year-old is seen here as she proudly graduated from the police academy in 2019. As they are recovering from their injuries at the hospital, a callous call for their death by a gathering of about 5 people outside the hospital. The leader of the group that calls itself LA's Africa Town Coalition says he hopes the shooting is in retaliation for the shooting of black and brown people by the LASD. The most recent shooting sparked protest in Compton when deputies shot Dijon Kizzy for an alleged bicycle violation. The family says Kizzy was shot in the back. An investigation is still underway.
So if this is a start of retribution, then I think this is a very good start.
Everybody's set to go, I assume?
The LASD has faced serious controversy over the years. Its sheriff, convicted of lying in 2016, was fired and jailed. There has also been a lawsuit brought accusing deputies of forming a gang inside the department. The most recent accusation in a complaint by a deputy. The whistleblower said in a deposition, deputies formed a gang called the Executioners in Compton. He says they sported the same tattoos and used excessive force on suspects.
Me being a field training officer, I'm a supervisor, and I have to report this behavior.
The Sheriff Deputies Union responded to those claims.
The accusations of there being criminal gangs within the Sheriff's Department, that's ridiculous.
California Congresswoman Karen Bass responding to the union and the horrific shooting.
That was horrific that happened. But that gang issue is one that surfaces in the Sheriff Department every few years. And for the union to say that they don't believe that exists, I think is a problem.
But they both agree. Even the idea of retaliation like this is sickening.
So the people, the group that came out here and screamed, "We hope you die," that in itself is also pathetic. Maybe not as bad as the guy that actually pulled the trigger, but it's just as bad.
And a longtime Compton resident who owns a business here came up to us and said he can't believe anyone would wish for the demise of these 2 deputies. They are still recovering in the hospital behind me. They are in critical but stable condition. A $175,000 reward is now being offered for anyone who can give information leading to the arrest of the shooting suspect. Karen?
Sarah, thank you. And I want to go straight now to the Los Angeles County Sheriff, Alex Villanueva. Sheriff, I really appreciate your time. I know you have...
I don't want to hear it over there, man. Man, shut up.
How are they doing?
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. That lady laughed at the crime scene of that man that y'all saw get shot in the back. That was what the retaliation was for. The male cop that just happened to be with her. But that's ridiculous. I hope that the deputies make it. Once again, I don't think that lady deserved to die for laughing at the crime scene of a man gunned down for no reason. I don't think that neither one of them deserved to die. Yes, it was ignorant for her to be sitting there laughing and joking while somebody dead on the ground. That's very ignorant. But I don't think that they should have been puzzled. What do y'all think? Anybody have any comments? Anybody have any comments? Anybody have any comments? Do y'all think that because that lady laughed at the crime scene of an innocent black man getting shot in the back, do you think that she deserved to be shot? Guess nobody got no comment. All right, let's keep going. Going on this show. Keep bringing you the stuff. All right, let's look at the CV cases. Oh, we going on 7,000, y'all. 6 million. We going on 7 million. I'm sorry, I said 7,000. We going on 7 million cases. 6,925,941 cases of the coronavirus. Deaths, 203,171. Naya says not for laughing. I agree, Naya. I don't think it's worth her dying. I hope she make it. But you know, it's not good protocol. When you kill somebody by accident and then you sitting there laughing about it, you know, what does that say to the family members? What does that say to the loved ones? What does that say to their friends? When you on a crime scene where you have shot somebody, whether by mistake or accident, whatever the reason, they shot that man in his back. And she's sitting there laughing while there's a dead man on the ground. Doesn't look good. Not a good look. 4,191,894 people have recovered, 95%. Out of this 4,395,065 cases that had an outcome. But 5%, 203,171 people are dead. So we still have a 5% death mortality rate. 5% of the people that get the CV are getting it. So let's see how we did today. All right, California picked up 4,408 new cases. They had 100 people die today in California. Texas picked up 4,344 cases. They had 120 people die today. Florida picked up 3,204 new cases. Florida had 144,000 people died today. New York picked up 889. This is telling me that people are letting their guard down. New York had 889 new cases. They lost 9 people today. Georgia had 1,834 new cases. They lost 63 people today. Illinois had 2,223 new cases. They lost 23. Arizona had 1,282 new cases. They lost 42 people in Arizona today. New Jersey had 553 new cases. They lost 5. I told y'all by the end of September, North Carolina is going to catch New Jersey, and take a look. They picked up 1,443 new cases. They lost 27 people. You got 202,489. 202,489. New Jersey used to be number 2. They down to number 8. North Carolina has 191,019. So it's a 12,000 case disparity. North Carolina is going to be number 8 for this month end. Look how they closing in. Tennessee right behind them at 180,497. They picked up 2,357 cases today. They lost 32 people. Louisiana picked up 979. They lost 29. Pennsylvania picked up 747. They lost 28 people today. Alabama, 1,106. They lost 27 people today. Ohio, 1,138. They lost 32 people today. Virginia, 1,242 new cases. They lost 29 people today in Virginia. South Carolina, where you at, the driver? Mazzy? Y'all picked up 872 new cases. Y'all lost 19. Michigan, what up, though? They picked up 778 new cases. They didn't lose anybody. Massachusetts, 454 new cases. They lost 9. My state of Maryland. My state of Maryland. My little itty bitty state of Maryland. We picked up 543. We lost 8. Missouri picked up 1,843. They lost 26 people. Missouri is going to take us out. Missouri going to be number 19 before the month is out. It's less than a $7,000 difference. 7,000 count difference. Less than 7,000. That's crazy. Indiana, ooh-wee. 1,037 new cases. They lost 17. Wisconsin, 2,533 new cases. They lost 7 people. I wonder if that's due to the riots. Are they finally catching up? Then we got M-I, crooked letter, I, crooked letter, I, humpback, I. You got Mississippi. They picked up 497,000. They picked up 497 cases. They lost 12. Minnesota picked up 1,085. They lost 8. Washington State, 501. They lost 6. Iowa lost 1,200. They picked up 1,200 and lost 10. Nevada, 501, lost 18. Oklahoma, 1,249. They lost 9. Arkansas, 871. They lost 7. Colorado, 605. They lost 3. Utah, 1,117. No losses. Kentucky, 758. They lost 8. Connecticut, 141. Lost 4. Kansas, 1,210. They lost 10. Nebraska, 466. No losses. Idaho, 470. They lost 4. Oregon, 282, no losses. New Mexico, 151, 5 losses. Rhode Island, 132, 3 losses. Delaware, 48, 1 loss. South Dakota, 389, 5 losses. North Dakota, 507, 2 deaths. District of Columbia, 62 new, no deaths. West Virginia, 253, 3 deaths. Hawaii, 112, 13 deaths. Montana, 224, 3 deaths. New Hampshire, 47, no deaths. Alaska, 109, 45. I'm sorry, they lost 1. Alaska, 109, they lost 1. Maine, 43, no losses. Wyoming, 95, no losses. Vermont, 1, no losses. Guam, 29 new, 1 loss. No stats for the Mariana Islands. Puerto Rico, 817. They lost 11. Virgin Islands, 4, no losses. U.S. military, 1,009, no losses. Veteran Affairs, 385, 9 losses. Federal prisons, 135, 1 loss. Navajo Nation, 31, 5 losses. So, 6,925,941 cases. 51,345 cases for the United States today. Total deaths, 203,171 people lost to the sea. We lost 958 people today. We lost 958 people today. Sad. All right. Naya said, not for laughing. Said, yes, disrespectful. Naya says, very close. Well, y'all see, North Carolina is coming after New Jersey for that number 8 spot. And looks like Tennessee's coming after us for the number 19 spot. So we'll see how it work out, y'all. Before we go, I need y'all opinion. Can y'all help me out? Let me know, is it better? Because I think I need the body mount. Now, you know, I've tried. I think we need the body mount. What's that? For Derek. I think we need the body mount. Now, we rode to the store. We really rode to the store to really test out. Wait a minute. It ain't here. Where's it at? What's that? All right, go to the home screen. Where's our live at? All right, there's the live. We only got 18 views. There you go. All right. What do y'all think? Is this camera better than the other one? We need a bike of shots.
Coming up. Big pothole. Pothole again. There's our street. All right, y'all, let's take it on in. Speed bump coming up. I just slide. All right, here goes the second one. I just slide.
That was terrible.
This the only car? Let's go. I knew it was the car coming. I knew it. Nobody else out here, though, right? Y'all wanna go around?
that was me again. I'm already taking in. So who waiting for us? Yep. One car coming. All right, let's call it a day. Well, we might need our brakes tightened. Something we did. Mess with the brakes. Alright, y'all. Was this more stable for y'all? Was this more stable? Now, it's a better picture. What is it?
Stop watching aquaponics.
No, it gave us a better picture, but all right, the Samsung does better, but the Samsung gave us a better picture. It don't have that flaking in it. See them lines? The boxes in it? Alright, so we did it. Yep. Everything intact. Look, y'all. Everything intact. Look at that. Thank you, Tom Reed. Everything is intact. My back don't hurt. Everything on the back side. Alrighty. Alrighty, y'all. I gotta call that a failure. I gotta call that a failure. It being on the backpack lessens it, but we need a bike with shocks on it. I'm sorry. We need a bike with shocks. This is ridiculous. I mean, the bike hit, even my body is not a cushion. It's not absorbing the shocks. I was hoping that my body would absorb the shocks, and we still bouncing around. I mean, it's bad too. I mean, and you can literally hear the bike boom, boom, boom. It's missing everything. Let me try a different search. But we need suspension. So, what are cheap ones with suspension? 869, 781. That's DH gig. 899. I put in cheap. 899, 999. They ain't got no cheapy cheaps. This is $7.99. So that $400 bike got shocks on it. That's funny. $849, $879. Oh, this is on Amazon. $730 is a Prime. $20 shipping, so $749. It only got a 250 watt motor. That's what I don't like about it. It only got 250 watt motor. I want 500. Let me guess, this 250 watt too? They asked you for that, man. That's only 400. 250 watt motor. Thank you. What I got now? I'm better than that. If it didn't have a 250 watt motor, that wouldn't be bad. Let's do this. 500 watt bikes with suspension. Try that. $9.99, $8.60, $14.99. $8.79. $7.81. All right. Let's drop down then. Give me 350 watt. 350 watt was anything reasonable. $8.99. $9.99. $8. They're all in that range. Mirasol? What the heck is a Mirasol? This 350 watt? That's only 400. That thing look little. That thing look little. Hey. Oh. They got digital display. Battery ain't that strong. It's cute. Little. Oh, it got a lamp on it. What's the weight limit? Oh, the motor only 250 watt. Boo. 15.5 miles. Very electric. 37.3 if you assisted. You got 3 different gears. Where's the weight limit? Yeah, I noticed you ain't showing that weight limit. Where's the weight limit at, Chico? Where's the weight limit? How much can it hold? Doesn't say. How much it can hold? It's definitely small. It doesn't say how much it can hold. All right. Does the does the E6 have front and back suspension? All right. Norton blocked an attack on that site. They still want $699 for that. Compare prices. They're crazy, but I'll check it out just to get the stats on it. I only got payload capacity of 265. I don't see no shocks. I don't see no shocks on it. I don't see no shocks there. Fat tires though, but I don't see no shocks. So let's back out of there. I don't see no shocks. Back out of there. No, go back. Up top. Try the EV8. Try the EV5. That's a 6. I asked for the 8. Why are you not showing me the 8, sir? I asked you for the 8. Why are you not showing me the 8? We on the Swagtron site. But they want 800. That's too much money. All-terrain fat tires. Mono gears. All right. So that's the 8. That's the 6. And that is... I like that 8. Oh, there's the 7. So we got the 6, 7, and we got the 8, 6, and 7. I like how that looks though. That looks so nice. That's okay too, but this just says class. So $7.99, $6.99, $5.99. So that doesn't have that doesn't have a speed shifter on there. That doesn't have speed shifter on there. So you're disqualified. Okay, this one got the Shimano speed shifter. Okay, wheel size 20 inches. Both of them got removable batteries. Let's check it out. What's the weight limit? But we can check out the little video. Oh, they got shots. Okay. That was the video. Okay, what's the weight limit? 264.5 pounds. Balanced front and rear suspension. Absorbs impact and smooths out rough terrain. I must admit, I do like that. Is that an e-bike? I see the price is not coming down. That's Wish. Yo, wish you hadn't bought it from her. Pretty nice. They got $839. 480. That's only 600. How many watts? Let's see what it can do. Oh, got a video? Ain't the same, right? $250 more. Get that mess out of here. Get that mess out of here. Man, 200. That's what we got now. All right. Let me go ahead and call it a nice 1 in the morning. All righty, yeah. Search is on. All righty, y'all. Let me go get out of here. Like I said, tomorrow is the sermon. The mechanic said to bring the bike by. Said that would try to fit the piece to fit on there. So it makes sense to go check that out. If he can get it on there, we'll go ride to the market tomorrow. We'll ride. It depends on how late he is. Like I said, the rod, you know, on the rod is tight. The rod is too big for the hole supposed to go in, and then you put the nut on and supposed to hold it there. That is too fat. So if he got like a drill or something and he can drill out a space Y'all understand what I'm saying? If he can drill out of space, then we'll be able to put that on. But like I said, I got it taped on pretty good. But I'd rather it be the way it was intended to be used. Because to be honest, it was hitting me in the leg. I think I got it too high. It was hitting me in the leg when I was riding today. So we'll have to see, y'all. We'll have to see. So alrighty, y'all. I will see y'all tomorrow. Y'all have a great one. Thanks, Naya. You rest well too. Thanks everybody that watched. I hope y'all enjoyed the show. And as Naya would say, I will see you later on. I'm sorry, I will see you later. I say I'll see you later on. Y'all have a great night, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Take it easy.